Nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa.
Unknown participant is now joining. Unknown participant is now exiting.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, our students, teachers who are present today. I would like to greet Mengoveni for a good work yesterday for interpreting using the sign language. I think my voice is getting there. My voice is getting there. If Mengoveni can hear me, I believe that others they are able to hear me. I'm drinking enough coffee. I think it will clear up before we know it. You hear me very well. So let me just recognize the presence of our executive team. Professor Makwe, I believe she's here. If she's not here, you will let me know, Mengoveni. And the Dean of Students, Dr. Sipuka, the SRC National Office, Ms. Poshoko, again, Sedusa, they were here yesterday, and I believe that they are still here today. The Hotel Acceleration Unit colleagues, Datem Kwen and his team that side, the CPD, Dr. Kuno, I think she's here today, Dr. Mpahlele, and the other colleagues, and the teaching practice module leader here, Dr. Tobejane. I can see she's here. She's smiling. I can see there she is. And also her team members. And again, maybe the integrity committee that which is here. Yesterday we could not give, my executive team, she's here. Now I'm smiling. Thank you very much. And the colleagues from Student Support, Mtetesha Bango and the team, the regional support colleagues and the counseling. Thank you very much, Dr. Chipiwa. She gave a very wonderful presentation yesterday. And again, Prof. Seroto, I believe you are still around even today, my director. And we thank the director, Prof. Davane, yesterday, who gave a very good opening and welcome on behalf of our executive team. Today, colleagues, my voice it doesn't have a choice. My executive team is here. It must get well. There is no way. Let me allow our executive dean, College of Education, Professor Makwe, to give us the opening and welcome for day number 2 of our student orientation. Prof. Makwe, our executive dean, if you are here, please, you can welcome our students.
Thank you so much, and get well soon, Prof. Mawela. We need that voice. We really need that voice. Drink lots and lots of water, and I'm sure you will get better with time. Thank you so much for this kind invitation to come and welcome our students and all other people who are assisting our students or supporting our students to be successful. Thank you. Unfortunately, yesterday I couldn't join you because I was in another meeting, but I felt that today it's essential that I join you and we just have a conversation, because this process, it's a beginning of a long relationship that we have with you as students at the University of South Africa. Thank you so much, colleagues who who have been, whose name have been listed in the program, for making time out of your precious, time, for making just that minute, for out of your very precious time, and we acknowledge that, and we appreciate your presence with us today, to support our students and provide them with the information that they need to survive in this august university of ours. This is a big university, and it's a university. To this year, actually, we are celebrating 150 years of existence, 150 years of shaping futures. And today we are beginning to shape your future to become the teacher that we want you to become, and the teacher that we aspire for in the University of South Africa. And we would like you to join with us as we celebrate our existence for all these years. Our existence means that there were many, many, many teachers that came before you, many, many students who started out as teachers, as student teachers, and then they became teachers, and then they made such a big impact that some of you don't even know the level at which you could reach. I always say that being a teacher, it's a profession that gives people hope. Being a teacher is a profession that enables you to become, or to make that person become whatever that you are molding them to be. So your impact in the classroom, it's going to last much longer than what you think it is. And as a teacher, you'll meet people in the street that you don't even know them. However, they will know who you are, especially in a space where we teach people that we haven't seen them, but we'll try and make an effort to come and visit you and see who you are, so that we know we know who we are dealing with. We are not dealing with numbers, I promise you. We are dealing with individuals. The nature of distance education is that we teach an individual student who is sitting somewhere, be it in a room or outside in the parking lot, or in the bus stop or in the taxi, but we continue to teach them. So it is important for us as well to know who you are, and not just take you as a number. And thank you for choosing UNISA to be your institution of choice. We don't take that lightly, and we appreciate it. We produce more than 50% of all teachers in this country. So every teacher that you have come across, all of you have come across one or two teachers, or even the whole school has gone through the program, that's gone through the similar program that you're going through. Yours may be different because now we are dealing with other future issues that you need to take cognizance of. As we are preparing you to be teachers, we are preparing you not only to be teachers for today, we are preparing you to be teachers for the coming years. I always say that when we take you in as a teacher, as a first, second, third year, you'll be in the classroom in 5 years' time, or in 7 years' time. That's when you'll be in the classroom. And when you are in that classroom, you'll be teaching a pupil, a young learner who is going to be in the world, out in the world, in 2040, 2045, 2050. So we need always to think about, when we teach you, we are not only going to teach someone when they graduate, then they are going to get into the field. Yes, you're going to get into the field, but your field is futuristic in nature, because education, it's about the future. So we need to equip you with the necessary skills that you need to learn in the future. So when we push you to upload information online, our assessment is online, all these digital things that we are doing is because we know that as the trends go by, you are going to be a teacher who has to be digitally competent, because you'll be teaching in an environment that requires your competencies in that field. You'll be teaching in an environment that requires you to critically engage with the work that you need to do. So what we are presenting today and what colleagues will be presenting today is to empower you with the necessary knowledge and skills that you need to move forward with this. So colleagues, ours was just to say hello to all of you and wishing you all the best for this student orientation. But the teacher in me came alive, and now I'm starting to become a teacher. But thank you so much, colleagues, for joining us today, and I wish you all the best. And I wish that as part of the college that produces more than 50,000, 50% of teachers in this country, you will make us proud when you graduate. So for you, the starting point, you have already finished your starting point. You are now a teacher and you need to behave as such. And we are going to make sure that we equip you with the necessary skills that you need to go forward, to be the future that we aspire for, to be the teacher of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our executive dean, Prof. Makwe. The rule of this house, we acknowledge by clapping hands. I didn't see the clapping of hands. We have agreed yesterday. So colleagues, we appreciate our executive dean in a tight schedule that she did find time and come and address us and give us the warm welcome. Students today is much more focusing on the teaching practice. So we really want to make sure that you pay attention on how important to be prepared and ready to go to schools. What are the procedures? What are the rules and regulations? What are the SAYS ethics that which you need to adhere to? Very important today. We can't produce a teacher who cannot teach. There's no way. So we are very much proud that today it marks the day that which you will say, I understand what I'm going to do as I go to school, and showcase that I'm from UNISA and I'm the best teacher to come. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I would like to welcome Dr. Makgato Kuno. She requested that because she's got a very tight schedule, she's driving to Mpumalanga, that she can make a quick presentation. Let's welcome Dr. Makgato Kuno. Ladies and gentlemen, Doctor, are you here? I see the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Prof. Mawela. Good morning, students. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I just want to show my face. Prof, I think it would be fine if I close the camera hereafter.
Yeah, they want to see who is this doctor.
All right. Okay. Yeah, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, students. Good morning, Prof. I hope we are all having a good day. My presentation is on the My UNISA and My Modules navigation, as well as the digital access centers that we have, because we have realized that we have this support that many of our students do not know about. I have many slides, but I'll try to run as fast as I can. The contents, number one is My UNISA, the My Modules, forums, My Life, devices required, the support that is available, the digital access centers as well. Students, As UNISA, we are student-centric. Your support is priority to us. Therefore, we are trying by all means to support you. Therefore, these are the links under the UNISA Academic Development Open Virtual Hub. It's a project that is mainly funded for student support. You'll see here is I don't know where my tools are. I'm missing my tools for presenting. It's fine. You'll see we have the Facebook link. We have the Adobe. We call it the UNISA Isisele Solwazi open course. Is on my UNISA. Is the open course learning management system. This is the link that we'll use to go there. The basic skills in Microsoft 365 for digital learners. This is currently ongoing. These two links, they will actually take you to the same one. You can use this one or this one. This one, it will take you to the one that is currently running for the Sunnyside, but it doesn't mean it's only for Sunnyside. It's for all our students. Therefore, what I'm going to do after my presentation, I'm going to copy all these links and paste them on the chat so that you can access them easily. This session will focus on the getting started with my UNISA, my modules, and my life. For student admin related matters, please visit the inquiries page on my UNISA. When you open your my UNISA site, you will find the inquiries where you can click and ask about the student admin queries. My UNISA, we have the My UNISA and the My Life. My UNISA is the official student portal for study-related information to the learning management system. You will find the My modules and the administrative portal, My Admin, for your administrative needs. My Life is your official UNISA email account for all communication. And students, I want to emphasize this. We see most of the time our students are using their Gmail accounts, their Yahoo accounts. You are encouraged to use the My Life email account to communicate with your lecturers. Only emails from your My Life email address will be accepted, and then it can take up to 24 hours to be activated. An example of your My Life email would be your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za. How do you access the My UNISA? You will first visit the www.unisa.ac.za. You will type this in your browser. Remember, the browsers now we are using either Edge or Chrome. Then after you have typed this address, you click and then it will bring you to My UNISA. Then you will click on My UNISA. You see My UNISA here, you will click there. Thereafter, you are going to claim your My UNISA account. How are you going to claim your My UNISA account? And then again, not to forget, when you are accessing My UNISA for the first time as well, you are going to claim your My UNISA login or account like this. Here, you will see it is written, claim UNISA login. You will click there, and then it will take you to this screen. Where is step number 2? You complete the form by entering your student number. You see, you enter your student number here, and you click continue. And then it will give you this window where you now complete your personal information and click continue. And then this side here, students, you check all this. You click here for it to give a tick. It is a sign of showing that you are acknowledging everything here, because if you don't do that, it may give you a problem by not allowing you to continue, because you have to acknowledge all these guidelines. Thereafter, note that the password is case sensitive. You must write down your password. Thereafter, your password will be automated. Here it says your initial user password will be, this is an example, and will be sent via an SMS to your cell phone or to your cell phone number on record. your initial UNISA password is case sensitive. Enter it exactly as it is. And then also you are advised to write down your password to log into My UNISA. Write it down. Don't write it once, write it many times, everywhere where you will see it, but it should only be accessible to you. Then here you will be on this side now. You fill in your student number as your username. Now you are logging into My UNISA. Already you have a password, you will use your student number as your username, and then you type your password. That password that we set is case sensitive, and then you click on login. If you have forgotten your password, how do you retrieve it? You still come to the My UNISA, and then you click on forgotten password. Note, the new password will be sent to you again via an SMS text message, which means it's very important for you when you are registering to give the cell phone number that you know it's easily accessible to you. You should always ensure that prior to requesting a new password, you have your cell phone in your possession and that your cell phone number corresponds with the one you have registered and is up to date with the student admin. From there, you have clicked forgotten UNISA password, and then you will follow steps 2 to 3 from the previous activity. The My UNISA interface would be like this. You will find the My Modules and My Admin. And then My Modules is the official student portal where you can access your module resources, submit your assignments, interact with other students and with your e-tutor or group. This is the newly upgraded learning management system. This one is the previous one. Your administrative portal is the My Admin to access and update your personal information, your anything, any information administration. This one, teaching and learning activities. This one, administrative activities. The My Admin site tools. This presentation is very long. I won't go through all of it. I will just indicate, you will read like the information that you are going to find on the My Admin, the course and personal information, academic record, biographical, changing password, all those. I'm not going to read all of them. I think it's fine, Prof. Mawela. Also, in addition, this is in continuation of the tools that you are going to find on My Admin, assignments and exam information, your assignments, exam results and timetable. Now, the My Admin site tools, changing your password. Here, password management, this is where you will change your password. The first step, you click on change password. The second step, you complete the change password form. The third step, you click submit. The fourth step, view confirmation messages. No, please note the confirmation message on successful change, the screen doesn't change. Avoid pressing submit multiple times because sometimes when we are frustrated, we keep on repeating the process only to find that all is not going well. My modules, the module official versus e-tutor versus group site. You are going to find the official site, the e-tutor site, and the group site. The official site is the lecture official module site. For an example, module COS 3701-22 semester 1, read as this. And then in module site, the lectures have control off. And it is where you can access your official study material and submit your assignments. The e-tutor site is the official site you can use to communicate with your e-tutor and students allocated to your group. And students, we are honestly and really and highly encouraging you to communicate with your e-tutors because they are there to support you, to communicate with other students for your social presence. You cannot study alone. Doing it alone is not okay when you are online. It can be frustrating. The group site, some modules such as the EUP 1501 have group sites where students are divided into groups, with each student having unique assignments. The group site will also be your e-tutor site. The My Modules dashboard looks like this. On the left, you have the left navigation blocks. In the middle is the main content area. On the right is the right information blocks. And then you will find the My Modules menu here. It looks like this, the user menu. And then still on the dashboard, you will click on your profile. Then when you click on your profile, now you will see all your details, your email, everything, all your details. And then you will also see, you can upload your photo on your profile. Then your grades, activities, and assignments, you click here under profile, you click on the grades, and then there are many types of assignments like the MCQs, MyUNISA written assignments, discussion forum activities, etc. You will see this is an example of how your screen will look like under the grades. And then you will find a calendar. What are you supposed to do with your calendar? View all your assignment due dates and exam dates on the calendar. My module course layout looks like this: left navigation blocks, main content area in the middle, and then the calendar and them on the right-hand side. The module site, this is the lecturer official site. Your lecturer will do announcements there. You will find your activities, your assignment submissions, your official study material, your prescribed material, discussion forums for all registered students. That is why this is the main site for your teaching and learning activities. Prescribed material under frequently asked questions, you will find it there. List of prescribed textbooks. Consult your tutorial letter 101 for a comprehensive list. Official study material as well. Note, tutorial letter 101 contains the most important course information. If by now you have received your tutorial 101 and you haven't read it, please prioritize doing that. Sorry, I was still on this slide. The tutorial letter, you will find the course overview, assignments, assignment feedback, study guides, past exam papers were available. And then the announcements, this would be the announcements from your lecturer. Check your announcements regularly for course information. Students, I'm encouraging you to visit your MyUNISA time and again. When you are an online learner, if you find yourself spending a day or two having not visited your MyUNISA, know that you are doing something wrong with your education. Online assignment and quiz activities, these are the examples. Upload assignment activities, assignment completed offline and document uploaded. PDF is the preferred format for you to upload your assignments. Forum activities, they look like this. This is where you will create new topics or reply to existing topics. Please do participate in the discussion forums. And then you can do quick text replies. Advanced replies allow for text formatting and file upload. And then still again, this project that I spoke about, the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, strictly prioritizing student support. We have this site here. Where on this site, when you click on this link that is given here, you are going to access all these lessons. I hope you can see them clearly from lesson 0 up till lesson 13. Is all the support that you need as a student. These ones, dear students, they are online. In the interest of time, I was supposed to be doing it for you practically, but in the interest of time, I won't do it. Please do copy this link, paste it in your browser, and then visit all this online support that you have. You can also scan this here. Then the My Modules 2022 demo contains all those. You have seen them from the lessons. And then again, students, we are having the My Modules app. The UNISA My Modules app is available for smartphones, which means as a UNISA student, you are honestly really required to have a smartphone. Note, do not download or install the Moodle app. Don't search for the Moodle app. Search for the UNISA My Modules app. Ensure the developer is UNISA. Then, if you are downloading with Google Play, visit if you are using the Android phone, go to Google Play. If you are using the app phone, go to iOS and download UNISA My Modules. And then My Exams again. Here, it is the My Exams guidelines, everything about My Exams that you want to know, orientation, navigating My Exams portal, online assessment skills, proctoring tools, assignment types. There's also webinar recordings that you can go to. Also access this link or copy it and paste it in your Edge or Google Chrome browser to access all this. Accessing your MyLife email account. How do you access it? You come to the My UNISA, you click here, My Life email from My UNISA landing page. Then you will be asked by Microsoft to sign in using your work or school account. That is where you need now to use your MyLife email address. And then you click next, and then it will ask you to type your password. The password is the same password that you would have received when you were claiming your account. And then your MyLife email account, it would look like this. You can also access your MyLife email account directly from mylife.unisa.ac.za. Then we come into, please note this, students, your MyLife email account is equals to a Microsoft 365 account. What is meant by this? Your MyLife UNISA account is licensed by the Microsoft. That is why we also call it the Microsoft 365 account. Microsoft 365 account, what does it mean? It is online, it is cloud-based productivity platform, which means you can access it from anywhere at any time using any device. And then from Microsoft, you will find the following apps. These are the most important ones to you. These are not the only ones, but the most important ones for you as a student. Outlook for your emails, for your MyLife emails, OneDrive for storing your documents, Teams for creating collaborative groups and joining online video conferences, workshops, a OneNote to collect information you want to access quickly. A OneNote is like a notebook. It has got pages, it has got sections. You can make your notes there and have them online, accessible to you at any time. Word for creating written assignments, reports, and essays. PowerPoint for creating presentations and presenting. Excel for analyzing and exploring data in tabulated spreadsheet. What are the advantages of Microsoft 365? Access documents from anywhere. Collaborate on documents in real time. You can work on one document online. Documents are saved automatically and has version control. Your files are secured and safe. Conduct classes and workshops online. It prepares you for online learning and the workspace. How do you access Microsoft 365? Type http://office.com, and then you are going to sign in with your MyLife email address. Don't forget, every time it will ask you work or school address, you have to use your MyLife and your UNISA password. Get the apps on your device. Download the Office 365 apps for your computer at office.com. With your smart device, you do the same for Android, Google Play. For the other phone, you go to App Store for iOS and download Microsoft 365. My Life is a Microsoft 365 account. We have already spoken about that. Which devices do you require as a UNISA student? You require access to a smartphone, preferably not older than 5 years, and students, don't put pressure on parents to buy you the latest. We say as long as it is a smartphone not older than 5 years, operating system on the latest update, access to the internet, space for proctoring apps. Remember, when you are writing to retain the integrity of our university and our exams, you are going to be proctored when you are writing. When you are proctored, what do you need? You need a working camera, microphone, and sound. When you are using a laptop or desktop, you need the software to be uploaded there. Should be Windows 10 and up on the latest update. It shouldn't be any Windows less than 10. Access to the internet, be able to run productivity apps such as MS Office, be able to run modern web browsers, Chrome or Edge, and then you also need a camera or a webcam, microphone, not headset, sound, and Wi-Fi for connectivity. The training and regional support services that we are providing you is a blended approach, is virtual and face-to-face. And then this academic development open virtual hub has got this course, the core skills for being an online learner. Here you are going to be introduced to online learning and be an online learner. What does it mean to you to be an online learner? Personal skills and practices to be a successful online learner, digital skills and practices to be a successful online learner, online ethics. Remember, we are a university, you need to be ethical. Netiquette is like you have to have a certain way of communicating with others as an online learner. And safety. Also, remember, we are all, when we are online, governed by the POPI Act. So you mustn't be against this, act against this POPI Act. POPI Act sets out the minimum standards regarding accessing and processing of any personal information belonging to another, which means you cannot just take my information or other students' information and share it without their knowledge and their consent. Start the course for free at any time. Adobe has got the MOOCs where you can register for free courses at any time. This is the link, the URL that you will access the free courses with, and then you go to how to register. Under welcome, you will find how to register, you register, and then new account. New account, and then you come here, you log in with your details. Join the course. You will see on your left-hand side, you will see an icon like this, it's membership. You click on it, then immediately you will see this button here, the joinable sites. You click on it, and then you click on join. You can complete at your own pace, time, and you can always return to refresh on a specific topic. Regional services. We are having bookings and resources, access computer labs at the regional offices. There is training at the regional offices labs. Help and support is there. Regional support sites. For the first year experience support site, this is the link. And then for the digital access centers that are available at UNISA at various regions in various provinces, this is the link that you are going to click. The training and the skills and the knowledge, digital literacy is very important for you. The basic computer skills will be done. Regional training offers that, starting with the typing skills. Office 365, digital literacy, core skills for being an online learner, all those trainings, my UNISA, My Life, MS Teams events, the regions are supporting you on that. Student orientation and social media. Student orientation online program, first year experience. Again, this is the link. The YouTube, the UNISA Student Support Services, this is the link. Then you also need to engage the SCSC for support. When contacting SCSC, please make sure to include the following for speedy resolution of your inquiry. Include your student number, your contact details, a full description of your challenge. Include a print screen error in the email where applicable. The contact and escalation, the contact center, these are all the call center. This is the call center landline. For general inquiries, this is the mailbox. You send an email here. For data inquiries, you send here. Moodle/my module support, you send your email here. Exam inquiries, you send your email there. And then escalation. If you don't find pleasure, you email here. This is the escalation now. This is how the escalation goes. This is escalation 1 to Mrs. Kabo. Escalation 2 to the manager, Mr. Kaka. This is his email. Esterhazen, Florida. Escalation 3 is to the DD. Getting help, My UNISA and My Life support. This is the inquiries emails for My UNISA and My Life support only. And then for my modules, where you experience some modules missing, you send an email here, mymodules22@unisa.ac.za. My modules online guide, you come to this link, you will find all the guides that you need. Lastly, like I said, we have realized that most of our students are not aware that next to them, they are having a support in the form of the digital access centers. Digital access centers mostly are the internet cafes within your areas. You will see in Gauteng, those who are staying in Gauteng, these are the digital access centers where you can go and access internet and computer services for free for 2 hours. Per month, you are allocated 24 hours, but when the hours are exhausted, requests can be made. I deliberately put the locations here so that you can be familiar that when we are in Gauteng, when it says Skylight Enterprise is at 79 Lubisi Street in Duduza, where is that? Izipho Zomphakathi is at 1378 Ingwayuma Street, Sinawane, Soweto. You stay in those areas, you would know. And then Limpopo, we are having this FSM, Source of Success Youth. It is where Mukomeni Haramkhob. Some of the students will find that you are at Mukomeni, but you don't know that as UNISA, we are providing you support as well at this internet cafe. And then continuing Limpopo, this is another one in Nkuna Shopping Complex. Those who are staying there would know. Nobody Mutiba, we are having a digital access center. Mukopani, Makubidu village in Limpopo. Mukomeni, okay, this is the repetition, sorry about that. And then KZN, these are the digital access centers. Mobeni, this one, Ndabendu, is at Umlazi Mega City Mall. Escort, it is there at Escort. You are staying there, you know those areas. KZN again, Free State. In Piridona, Helbron, we are having that support. Botshabelo, Tabanchu. And then Eastern Cape, we are having a Kwasha Kwasa, a digital access center. It is at that East London at that address, Bengal Road, and then Port Elizabeth and King Williamstown. Thank you. Prof. Mawela, I think I tried to save your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I see the hands clapping to say hi. Hi today. Dr. Kuno was in the house indeed. We have got all the information. Students are celebrating. We have got data for the students. I like this one, Dr. Kuno, of digital centers with the streets and the names. Yeah, this one. No student will say I did not have access to the internet. we should make sure that we capitalize on it. So our executive dean, here it is. Our students, they are fully equipped with the online resources. So there is no way that which they can say we don't have the resources. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Kuno. We know that you have got a very tight schedule. You may travel safely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a blessed day further. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. We are also allowing our students here to provide the questions on the chat. Our lecturers are here. Please don't wait for the time for the questions. Put your questions on the chat. The lecturers are responding to the questions. The student support colleagues, they are here. The teaching practice office, they are here. Every department is here. So put your question there. We are also writing down all the questions that which you are asking. We are going to provide a sort of a database for this type of questions that which you are asking, and we will respond to those questions and share with you again, so that you might have failed to ask the question, but your colleague asked the question. We also have some students who have joined on the TP on YouTube, so to say, on the YouTube. So we have got people who are attending to students on the YouTube, our executive team. They are also taking down all the questions. So we'll respond to all the questions as they come. Colleagues, without wasting time, I had a very good coffee now. You can hear my voice is coming up. Thank you for the prayers of the executive dean. They are working very well. We invite Dr. Sipuka. Dr. Sipuka is our Dean of Students. We were looking for Dr. Sipuka yesterday. We couldn't find him. We know he was very busy. I'm hopeful that today we have him. Ms. Ngoveni, is Dr. Sipuka here? Tatesha Bangu, is Dr. Sipuka here?
Prof, I don't see him.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. No, not a problem. Thank you very much. Yeah, we believe whenever you see him coming in, please let me know so that we give
Not a
him
problem, Prof.
Yes, thank you very much. Let us move to the item of the National Office of the SRC. Yesterday, our General Secretary General Mepo Shoko, she spoke so well. So well. I'm so proud of you. You did a very wonderful presentation yesterday. Can we bring you back again, Mepo Shoko, our Secretary General of the National Office of the SRC, to come and give this group of students their highlights on the importance of liaising with your office and how your office is so ready to support our students, those students with special needs, those students that which are in the remote areas, those students who are having difficulties of load shedding and the likes. How do you support them during exam time? How do you prepare the students for examinations? How do you prepare students to write assignments? Mepo Shoko, I'm waiting to hear that again. I am so proud. If you are here, please come in. Where is she? She's not. Here you are. Yes, thank you. You can go ahead.
I apologize. I'm not going to switch on my microphone. But also I will just not be long today. I have another engagement at 10, so I'll just be rushing through so that I'm able to make it on time for the engagement.
Honestly.
But good morning, Program Director, and also to the executive leadership of the college, starting with the executive dean or the executive acting dean, Prof. McCoy, and also the sign language interpreter, and all the other executive leadership within the college, and also to the student leadership within the college, SEJUSA, and the students who have joined in, and other staff members who may be in the meeting from other departments, and to the Dean of Students in absentia. I think I heard you saying that he is not in the meeting currently. So good morning, everyone. As of course I have been introduced, my name is Shatadi Poshoko. I am the Secretary General of the National SRC. So as I did mention yesterday, it is my understanding that the audience today is similar to the one of yesterday. So as I did mention yesterday that the SRC is divided into two. There is the National SRC and also there is the Regional SRC. I apologize for that. There is the National SRC and there is the Regional SRC. So I exist within the National SRC as the SG, and also we have 8 regions, which means that there are other leaders within those regions, which are meant to be servicing students within those particular regions. So like I did mention, I will not be long. I think the students have grasped yesterday what the SRC is and what the SRC does, and also how they can be able to access us. I also shared yesterday that our strategic focus areas, because I think the traditional understanding of student activism sometimes can be misunderstood rather, as that we only organize student mass action and so forth. However, we're actively engaged in confronting also the systematic and the structural challenges that face students, such as I did mention yesterday, the student debt, DHET support to the university students, servicing of students living with disability, and so forth. And as you did mention, Prof, so as you did mention now, Prof, that we also have students who, during the course of the academic year, would be having challenges that sometimes can be structural, sometimes can be national in terms of systematic, such as the load shedding, which will hinder their progress in their academic activities, and other challenges that may be or may not be catered for or prepared for. We also are actively engaged in trying to address those challenges, and therefore when those challenges do arise, we do engage management on how we can resolve them, and also try to be of assistance to our students so that they are not disadvantaged, but of most importance, that they do not drop out because of some of the challenges that they experienced while they're in their learning. And it is for this reason that part of our strategic areas, strategic focus areas this year is also the issue of student debt, because we realize that we lose a lot of students, particularly with the dysfunctioning of NSFAS, due to them not having money to continue with their studies. And as you know, that societal challenges are also university challenges, the same way that university challenges are also societal challenges. And therefore, when a student drops out of university, whatever that they're going to become in the society, which in most cases is not a good thing, will inevitably affect even, you know, the output of the universities or even the people within the university itself. But also what is just as critical, however, as Prof. Makoa, the acting executive dean, has alluded to, is that our teaching and learning methods are constantly evolving, and not just at a local level, but also at a global level. Our learning is therefore digital and computerized, and this means that as a student, it is important that you learn how to maneuver MyUNISA and other digital methods of learning, as your assessments, proctoring, and also invigilation and so forth will be digital. And also, additionally, our economy, as you are aware, is also being digitized, and therefore, the ability to maneuver these digital spaces is just as critical. I must mention also, however, that some of the mistakes that students make and challenges that we face as the SRC SRC with students is issues related to plagiarism, and that can potentially lead to you being suspended from the university for 2 years. It is for this reason that even yesterday when I presented, I did touch on this issue, because we do not want to see our students being taken out of the university for about 2 years or so, simply because a student has copied, or a student did not a student copied, or a student did not follow some of the academic ethics that they are required to do so. Hence, we highly encourage ethical conduct in our student studies. And again, as per my presentation yesterday, it assists to be an active and involved student. Hence, you must familiarize yourself with all the available materials, the departments in the university, be it academic ones within your college and administrative ones within the university that are relevant to your studies, but also having relationship with other students, be it student leaders, and also fellow students who are within your college or who share the same interest as you academically. Moreover, your tutors exist to your service, and it is critical that you do reach out to them, to your lectures as well, and other college staff that are of your assistance, so that you are able to rather address some of the challenges that you may face within your studies. And also, we do encourage the college that they encourage their lectures and e-tutors and so forth, that they are responsive to students, because some of the challenges sometimes is that a student will email a lecture or an e-tutor and there won't be any response. However, we do hope that the college will take that very serious, and there won't be any of those challenges. Prof, I will just end my presentation here, and do mention that as the students, you are indeed in capable hands under the leadership of the Executive Acting Dean, Prof. Makon. And on behalf of the Student Representative Council, we do wish you well. And also, we are more than welcome to assist you. Reach out to us for any challenges and assistance that you may require. Our contacts are on my UNISA side, together with our different positions, as I did mention. So, Program Director, I will conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is good to hear from the National Office of the SRC, giving confidence to the students that indeed they are in safe hands. They are in safe hands. We have got capable Executive Dean, and the Office of the Executive Dean, the directors. SEDU is ready in general to make sure that all the students indeed they pass their degrees. So on that note, we also want to give another word to our students here, and this word will be coming from SEDUSA. I told you yesterday that we have got very good, capable colleagues from SEDUSA. These students are very much serious. They promised me that as SEDUSA leaders, all modules Executive Dean this year, distinctions. So they are going to lead by example. So let's hear from the leader of SEDUSA here. Tata Tape, where are you? Are you here?
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. Yes.
The Secretary General will be presenting today.
Tata Tape is like is in class in one of the schools. He's teaching, I don't know. Are you doing teaching practice? I can hear the sounds of learners at school there.
Hello, Prof. You know, I'm doing a school visit, Prof. I'm saying the Secretary General will be presenting today.
Oh, Secretary General.
Nomfundo Mbata from the Mpumalanga region. Who is our
Wonderful.
Secretary General.
Wonderful. So you can see I was not joking when I said these people are serious. Yeah, you are at school. I can hear that. Take pictures.
All right, I'll do that. I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Nomfundo Mbata, Secretary General of SEDUSA, please. We are waiting for you now.
Good morning, Prof.
Oh, there you are. Your presentation, the students are waiting to hear from you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the Executive Dean, Prof. Makou, the sign language interpreter, and all the executive members that are present in the meeting, and the students as well. My name is Nomfundo Mbata, as I have been introduced. I'm the Secretary General of the College of Education Student Association. Thank you to the College of Education for granting us with this opportunity to present ourselves. College of Education, we are the College of Education Student Association, as referred to SEDUSA, where academic structure under the College of Education. We're established in accordance with Constitution of the UNISA Student Representative Council, SRC, with serving as the largest college in the university and boosting about 50% of the initial professional education and training of all teachers in South Africa. SEDUSA has a critical role to play in assisting this college achieve its core mandate, vision, mission, and strategic objective. Prof, I won't be long because yesterday the president has presented the presentation, so I'll just go through to what I've gathered, the information I've gathered for today. SEDUSA seeks to ensure that the students who form part of the college are equipped to be able to navigate through their academic experience at UNISA. As the association, we hope to ensure that we see academic excellence and create a well-balanced campus environment and of learning, fun, and achievement. Another vision of the association is that the student association will form part of a larger student body, focus on ensuring that all students within the college are well represented. Our objective is to promote development of student affairs within the university. It is also to provide guidance to students in the College of Education in relation to my UNISA online system, especially in relation to deadlines and events. We also ought to provide assistance to education-related trade shows and exhibitions, lectures, and readings. Another objective that we have as the association is to provide guidance for placement and internship for postgraduate acceptance and procedures. As an association, we have our own program of action, of which we wish to go with it until the end, which is to plan and host programs for our students, to also assist students with academic aspirations, and also host inductions for the leadership of the College of Education Student Association. We will also like to inform our students that we are also available in all our regions, in all the regions in our campuses. We have our branch executive committees. We have the executive of the Student Association, which is always on standby to assist students in all their queries and everything that they need to know about the college. We also ought to rebuild the regional structures and ensuring that the function of the teaching practice are understood. We are also available on social platforms, which is Facebook, but I'll request that I share the link I'll share the link through the chats where our student can get us on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mbata, are you still there?
Yes, I've just concluded my presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see you're still breathing. I was thinking that maybe you still have something to say. Thank you very much. It was indeed short to the point. We really appreciate the president is already in the field with the students doing the school visits. We like to have more of that taking place. Please continue supporting our students. Thanks for the presentation. That was Sedusa, Secretary General, Ms. Mbata. Colleagues, I was supposed to give the purpose of this orientation, but I have already done that at the beginning to say our focus today is mainly to make sure that all the teaching practice students who are saying we want to be at the school to observe, we want to be at school to learn how to write the lesson plan, we want to understand the CAPS document of the specific subject that which I'm teaching. I have registered for senior phase and FET. It means I'm going to teach from grade 7 to grade 12. Senior phase means what? FET means what? I'm in the foundation phase. How many subjects are there in the foundation phase? Which home language I'm going to teach? These are very critical issues that which I want you students who are here, who are saying, I want to go into the teaching practice. Please, we are very much serious about this. If it is 5 weeks, you are going for 5 weeks. You are not going to dodge. I'm using the street language now, to dodge. There is no way that which is supposed to be expected at school. You know you're supposed to be there 7 hours every day at school. That is supposed to be starting at a specific time. If school starting 7:30 or 7 o'clock, you are at school, dressed properly, dressing code. This is one thing that which now you see when the principal is talking now is something else. I never accepted a UNISA student when I was a principal who doesn't have a proper dressing code. We teacher? No. We you go and dress properly and you come back, I will be waiting for you. So we produce teachers. We are not producing people who are somehow. So colleagues, I know that those UNISA students are very good. They behave very well. But today, we have got people that which are giving you the highlights. They are preparing you to say in the modules, this is how you are doing, because we want to have excellence. You are going to perform extremely well. No dropouts this year. We are focused. We are doing our best to make sure that everyone, I mean all the students, you are passing and very well. Thank you very much. This is actually a short purpose with regard to this. We want to see students graduating. Acceleration unit, the ODL, and Temukwena, I know that yesterday you were busy with something else. I'm not sure if you are here today. Womukwena, the ODL unit, are you here?
Good morning, Prof.
Yes.
It's Madiope speaking here. I think I'm going to be representing. Mr. Mokwena couldn't make it today.
Hi, Bomadiop. Give us the understanding. What are you doing with our students in the ODL unit? Thank you so much, Ndat.
Thank you, Prof. Let me just share my screen. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to Prof. Magwe, the Executive Dean. I'd also like to greet colleagues from the Student Support Office, Mr. Shabangwen, Mr. Moloto, the Sejusa Office, and everybody who's presenting, and especially to the students. I'm going to be speaking of the OAU. So we are the ODEL Acceleration Unit. And today I'll just be letting you know about the services we offer to the college. I'll start off with our mission. Our mission is to make Seju the paragon of ODEL in the University of South Africa. So we want to become specialists in accelerating anything that is technology related. Most of our solutions are based on student support. That's the most important thing, but we're looking for solutions to make student support easier and to make access for the student to the university in an easy manner. So what do we do? So you've got the main acceleration unit, which is the main brand, as it were. And from the left going to the right, you'll see that there's a logo there. It says e-learning labs at teacher centers. So there, what we have is that across the country, we've currently got 33 teacher centers. So in a teacher center, when you walk in, it's basically like a mini UNISA, because when you walk in, we've got laptops, we've got free Wi-Fi, there's printing facilities, and there's also someone who's there who will be able to assist you. So currently we've got 33. We're looking to expand to 45. Our footprint is across KZN, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and also the Northwest. But with the current sites that are coming, we want to expand to other provinces as well. So this place is basically used also for student support. So if students have queries, if they want to go study, they are able to use these facilities. And then the second brand that we have is called TipeeTube. So with the Tipeee brand, we've got TipeeTube, which is our video-based learning support. So what happens is that we've got a page on YouTube that learners subscribe to, and you will find a lot of module content on there. So lecturers come in and they do recordings of different modules, and these are then put on that YouTube page. And then as a student, you are then able to access those videos, and they've helped a lot. I know a lot of students have given some feedback, and you should kind of check that out. I'll put the link to the page in the chat when I'm done here. And then we've also got Tipeee Books, which is something we were working on. It was an audio book that we were working on. These are just your module content translated into voice, and these would be up for downloads. This is still under construction, but it will be a service that will also be available. What we also have is that we've got Tipeee Podcast and Tipeee Conversations. These are your non-module related. So these is just mostly about conversations with people in the college. It's more general information. It's not really, serious content. It's the kind of light content just to find out more about your college, if there were kind of any events in the college as well. And on the right, we've also got what we call WhatsApp Business. So we recently have created a platform where students are able to reach us through WhatsApp Business. Queries or anything, we use WhatsApp Business for resolving the queries at the centers, because when students walk into the centers, sometimes the student assistants at the centers don't have the resources to actually access that. So we get help from the student support. So that's Mr. Moloto's office and Uncle Steve's office. So they would then give us the help we need, or if it was Raisivi Matove, and we would then give back that information through the WhatsApp business group. And then we've also got, Microsoft Streams, which we are currently migrating to. So you'll be able to access all module content on both YouTube and also Microsoft Streams. So if you were wondering what an e-learning lab looks like, this is what it would look like, with the laptops. You've got your smart board. There's some air conditioning in there as well. And then you would have the student assistant. So this is what a typical UNISA teacher center would look like. On this page, we've got the e-learning labs and their locations. I'll also share this in the chat when I'm done so that you're able to see. So like I said, we've got a footprint across these provinces, which is Gauteng, KZN, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. And then if you just zoom in into the poster, you'll then get to see the exact location that we are based in. So the next teacher centers, because I spoke about us expanding into other provinces, this is the list of the centers that we're looking to move to. We're looking to move to Northwest Ituiseng, KZN Vondlo. In Limpopo, it's Mastec Seshego and Divombeni in Zanin. We've also got Free State Garib. We've got Sia and Twatwa. And then in Northern Cape, we've got Francis Bart, which is in Kimberley. We've got the R in Springbok. In the Eastern Cape, we've got Alfred Nzo East in Tanzania. We've got Sterkspruit, Lusikisiki. In Gauteng, we've got Soshanguve, Del Park. In Mpumalanga, we've got Middleburg, Evander, and Buzini. And then in the Western Cape, we've got Worcester. Now I'll be speaking on the TP-Tube. I spoke on it earlier on, the video-based learning platform. So this is just an example of what it would look like if you were in studio, if you came to do a recording for the lecturers themselves. And this is what you find online on the YouTube page. Okay, and then the way forward in relation to, okay, no, that's for the wrong. Okay, no, Prof. I think in case this is just for this is a wrong page that I put there. But yeah, that's basically the OAU and who we are. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be welcome to take. But then in the meantime, I'll put in the links in the chat so that you're able to access the YouTube page. And also the WhatsApp business, should you need to ask any queries. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Indeed, this office is working very well with the students, and the collaboration with the office. Really appreciate that. And the recordings, we still need more to be recorded. Thank you very much for our students. You have got the opportunity to visit our centers and watch the recorded TP-Tubes that which are there and other resource materials that which are available for you. So please make use of these centers around the country. I am not sure if the Dean of Students is around, Mengoveni. If he is not around, we'll continue. I do not see our sign language. Oh, I wanted to ask Mengoveni, where is Mengoveni now? I can't see her. So I'm saying, the Dean, she's wondering which language am I speaking? It's Tsonga. We are now going to have navigating my UNISA online learning management system. Oh, Dr. Makato, she just presented. Thank you very much. Now we will go straight now to the person in charge. We have been waiting for her for some time. Let us now hear from the Teaching Practice Administrative Office regarding teaching practice matters. I told you today is the day of teaching practice. Here she is, Dr. Tobejani. She's here to give us the understanding in the issues of teaching practice. Dr. Tobejani, please take us through.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Mawela. Good morning, our honorable students. I'm struggling to put in a presentation mode here. Okay. All right, just a moment. Yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. Mawela. Greetings to our executive dean, greetings to our honorable students. As I've been introduced already, I'm Dr. Hlabati, and I'll take you through on what I've been tasked to do here. So this is my outline. I'll talk about 5 things: teaching practice in a nutshell, student support, student placement, frequently asked questions that are booming our chat box, as well as the teaching practice office contact details. So as you all know, my dear students, teaching practice, which is referred to as teaching practicum in other countries, it's central to your initial teacher education program, not only in South Africa, but everywhere in the world, because that is the time when you integrate and contextualize the theory that you are learning with the actual practice experience in schools. These are the realities that you're going to be faced with. Your lecturers will be teaching you the theory to say in an overcrowded classroom, this is how you differentiate your lesson, your content, assessment, and everything. You will know all those concepts, but then there comes a time for you to go down there to schools, to go and implement that which you are being taught. And these are some of the realities that some of you will encounter as you go there, where you find that you can't even walk within the students. So you are just faced with this and you have to find your way out. So how do you succeed in doing that? Through the support that I'll be talking about here when you do your teaching practice. So at UNISA, we have got the teaching practice department, academic departments that house teaching practice modules. So we also have the teaching practice office. The department lecturers will be presenting to you. So what I'm bringing to you are the administrative duties that we do, meaning I'm standing for the administrative wing of the teaching practice office of the College of Education. So in the teaching practice office, we have got the coordinators, we have got the provincial admin officers and assistants, we have got the academics, teaching practice academics, we also have the departmental teaching practice champions, as well as the module lecturers that I was talking about. So the coordinators, they help in overseeing all your admin-related matters. The provincial admin officers and assistants, they are responsible for your placement. They're also responsible to ensure that you are allocated a supervisor. So the teaching practice academics, as well as the 10 departmental teaching practice champions, what they do is they lead teaching practice initiatives. They also manage, they do capacity building, they run the workshops to you in their departments, to the supervisors and everywhere. They do the research, they also do quality assurance to ensure that that which you do, as Prof. Mawela was saying, is freed from deficiencies and it yields the results that it is intended to. So the module lecturers, these ones, they will be talking to you. They're responsible for your modules, the content that you do as portfolios, quality assurance, and etc. So with the student support, who will support you in this journey? You will be supported by three different categories of people. You will have your supervisor, you will have your mentor. These are school-based mentors that you find there at schools, and you will also have lecturers. So the supervisors, who are they? We have the internal supervisors and the external supervisors. Internal supervisors, it's us as lecturers. The champions that I was telling you about, the TP academics that I was telling you about, and all the academics in the College of Education. These are your supervisors. Again, we also have external supervisors. These are the ones that we contract. They're not full-time at UNISA, but they work for the teaching practice. They come and visit you at your respective schools. So you will either be visited by an internal supervisor or an external supervisor. These people, they have the knowledge. They've been there. They've been in the game. You heard what Prof. Mawela was saying, to say, when I was a principal, when I was a teacher, when I was a deputy principal, they have the knowledge, they have the teaching experience. These people that will come and visit you there at school, and then they will come to observe you, to guide you, and to report on your actual hands-on classroom performance. They will report to us. They will report to your lecturers. So they will communicate with you. They will not take you by surprise because they come mainly to support you. So they will visit and observe you in class when you present a lesson, either online or face-to-face. They will visit you and observe you. And then they will also conduct the pre and post conference. They will prepare you. Like I was saying, they won't take you by surprise. They will prepare you. They will tell you what the purpose is. They will outline the process that will unfold to say, this is what is going to happen. I will sit in your class and then you continue with your teaching. You do this. When we finish, I'm going to sit down and give you the feedback on how you can do it better next time. Because every one of us, we learn until we die. So we give each other feedback so that we can improve on our performance. That's exactly what they will be doing. So they will also complete assessment forms. They will encourage you to complete your portfolios. So when they come to your class, they use the assessment forms. You have the assessment forms in your tutorial letters. This is how they look like. So you will be supervised either online or face-to-face. So you will tick which one is it. And then this is how the assessment form looks. It shows the rating scale, like what I was telling you, that we don't take you by surprise. You know what to expect. That's the rating scale. And then these are the different categories that you will be supervised on, you'll be supported on. The layout of the lesson, the lesson phases, and all that. And then how you present your lesson, like how do you reveal the new content? Do you use abstract examples or do you use real life encounters of the students that you are teaching? These are the categories that they will be using. Are you able to reach all learners? How are your activities? Are they appropriate to the grade, to the subject and the outcome of a lesson? How are learners' activities? Were you actively involving all the learners, or were you just looking at those whose hands were up and asking them questions, or involving them while ignoring the others that were not participating? These are the things that they will be looking at. Assessment, how you build your formative assessment towards your summative. How do you ask questions? And ultimately, how do you summarize that? Voice control, your confidence. Do you encourage peer discussion, debates in the class, and critical thinking? And are you able to manage all those as a teacher? So this, I was just showing you, but you have all these. So again, for the selection, you will also reflect. They don't just tell. Immediately after they give you the support, you also are given the chance to reflect so that you grow. Online or face-to-face, like it says for this section below, you feel either A or B. That is, A is for when supervision was done face-to-face, and B is when it was done online. So the mentors, like I said, these ones are selected at school level. They are selected by either the principals or the HOD or anything who is in charge. And these people are the senior teachers or subject or phase specialists. They won't give you anybody. They are the subject specialists. If you go in there for mathematics, they will give you a mathematics senior teacher or specialist. If you go to the foundation phase, they will give you someone who is a specialist in that phase. So what are their roles and responsibilities? These people, they merely support you on this professional journey. They orientate you on what this profession it's all about. They will organize lesson observation. They will support you as you plan your lesson. They will also reflect and give you feedback on the lesson that you observe and they observe as well. They will sign your work and then they will engage and provide feedback. We conduct workshops for them as UNISA. So they give us the feedback. Whatever you do there, they report to us because they support. Their role is to support you in this journey, and then they support us. That's why we continually call them, we workshop them and show them what to expect, what is it that they need to do, so they in turn provide us with the feedback of how you conducted yourself, how you do, and all that. So your lecturers, I've already spoken about this one, academics, champions, as well as your module lecturers. So let me go to the student placement. In 2023, we have a mode that we use. We place ourselves online using the MyUNISA tool that Dr. Kuno was showing you. We use online student placement. So in case you struggle with online student placement, there is an alternative placement link for you. So you have all this in your tutorial letters. You just click the link, you will see the beautiful girl that is showing you, talking to you step by step to say, this is where you start, this is where you go. So online placement, you'll find it on MyUNISA under the student view function. And then it allows you to choose your preferred school. And then our role as the teaching practice office is to ensure that you find a school of your choice so that you can go there and do your teaching practice. We are working hand in glove with the Provincial Basic Education Department to ensure that all schools on their EMIS database are there and are continually updated. because principals die, principal get appointed and all that. So it shows you the step-by-step guideline on how you request your placement. It is there in your tutorial letter. So you log in on my UNISA and follow the guidelines. You are able to request for the principal confirmation agreement code, which you use to finalize the school placement. So all the steps are there. You are guided through. You go to my UNISA, the screen will show, and then you choose a school. It will show the list of schools. You will select the relevant school as seen on the, and then the screenshot will open showing the student placement guidelines as shown below. The guidelines to say, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. Then the school principal, immediately after you select the school like that, the school principal will receive an email requesting that you seek placement at the school. That is why we always tell you that you need, before you can even choose the school, we know it can be your neighboring school, but it will always help to go to the school first before you select the school, to tell the principal that may I kindly come and do teaching practice here. I will then, when the principal agrees, and then you tell the principal that you're going to receive an email that request for my placement. So immediately when the principal receives that, that's the reason why we continually have to update details of each and every school. So the email will contain a token number, that is your confirmation code to say, indeed, the student has been accepted at the school. So the principal then will accept you to do teaching practice, and he or she will forward the received email to the student as shown on the student, and then the email you will only receive that email from the principal via your My Life email address. This has been emphasized. So after you receive that email back from the principal, you will log into my UNISA to finalize your placement at the approved school. So that is what our principals get, the type of letter that they get with your confirmation number and with your My Life email address. So after you receive that from that email from the school principal, you log back into my UNISA student view function. You thereafter use the received token number to proceed with your school placement, and then you type the student number and press the display button. Thereafter, you complete all the fields that have to. So when all fields are filled, you press the save button. So the screen will open to confirm that your details have been successfully captured. Everything is there in your tutorial letter. So what if the school does not receive my email? Yes, it happens that the school email address is not updated on the system. So you can ask the principal to provide the correct email address and send it to the teaching practice office so that it can be updated. Thereafter, use the same steps to request the confirmation. So teaching practice office will then receive your placement information. They will review the information to check if you didn't choose dates that fall within the school holidays or public holidays or any other thing, and add the supervisor. And the confirmation letter will be sent to your My Life email address. So will the students be allowed to change or edit their school placement information after it has been finalized by teaching practice office? This is the question that we usually get. So the answer is, after you received your placement confirmation letter from the office, The system will no longer allow you to edit or change the school placement details. That is, it will be locked. So for you to effect a change at that stage, you should send an email to Teaching Practice and indicate that your school placement, you have finalized it. It has been finalized, but you are requesting to edit or change the placement detail. Then the Teaching Practice Office will reply with an email indicating that the system has been unlocked. Then you'll be allowed to edit or change your placement information. Then you will follow all the steps to request a new token number from the principal, and thereafter you will finalize the editing or changing of your school placement, because you either some of you either change the dates, some of you change the schools. So the alternative link, if you experience challenges with online placement, all the steps that we have been saying, that I've been outlining, you have an alternative online DSAR form. So 25 is for us in the country, 27 is for our international students. So if you're struggling, use this link to capture your school placement details. And then to use this process, you'll be required to print out the letter to the principal in tutorial letter 102 for the principal's signature and the school stamp. And then you click on the link or copy the link and paste it on the web browser to access the form. The following screenshot will open. All these steps are there. Everything that I'm saying, I'm just saying it loud so that you don't forget. So the form will take approximately 11 minutes to complete. This is the form. You fill all the required section marked and then attach that signed letter and the indemnity form with the stamps where it says upload as it shows there. And thereafter click the submit button for for our office to receive your form. So in this case, then the Teaching Practice Office administrators will capture your placement manually. That is why we're saying in case you've got challenges, because this may take time, unlike the online one that you do instantly. So when you finalize the school placement, we'll assign you a supervisor. So during observations, because you as first year students, you will do your observation. Dr. Hanaway was telling you yesterday that every year, one teaching practice module. During observations, supervisors will not visit you at your school in 2023, meaning the status can change in years to come. But in 2023, the supervisors, the internal and the external supervisors that I was talking about will not visit you at the school where you will be doing your teaching practice. And again, in 2023, students in the first and second year level will be supported by their school-based mentor teachers that we support or we capacitate. So you will receive confirmation letters with my details, because I'm currently the only one. You are about 24,000 at the moment that have registered. So you will be allocated to me. So you must know that I will not visit you in 2023. You will be supported by your school-based mentor teacher. However, you will be invited as first year students to online support workshops in 2023. The frequently asked questions. I was stressing this so that you understand that you will receive my name, Dr. H.R. Mapola Tobejane, They will tell you that she is your supervisor, so she will not come to your school. Don't send her a WhatsApp. You are 24,000 because she will not come. But your school-based mentor teachers will support you. However, you will be invited as our first-year students to online support workshops this year in 2023. We will support you online. The frequently asked questions, I'll quickly run through it. It is there in your tutorial letter. Where is the student view function located? Who can access this function? When do I use this function? How do I use this function? For all queries related, that is the last item. For all queries related to your school placement and supervision, contact the teaching practice office staff members assigned to their respective provinces. Assigned to their respective provinces. If you contact the ones that are assigned to your respective province, they will speedily respond to your email. But if you contact everyone, you may not be assisted as promptly as you will be when you contact the ones that are working in your province directly. So as shown on the table below and in your tutorial letter, here receive the different people that have been assigned to your respective province that you need to contact at all times. We've got 2 coordinators. We've got, for your provinces, the 2 coordinators are the overseers. If you send, let me give an example of Eastern Cape, Free State, and Northwest. You will have Mr. Ramoba and Miss Maluleke. So if you contact them, and it takes 2 days, you don't get a response, it takes a week, it takes 2 weeks, then you contact your teaching practice coordinators. KZN North, because KZN, we have demarcated it because of the numbers. So you've got Tole and Muatludi. This information is there in your tutorial letters. And then the KZN North, you've got Ntate Mangwato, you've got Ntate Malefo. And then the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, SADC, and international students, you've got your Miss Mahanyele and Miss Buota to assist you. Your Gauteng province, you've got Ntate Maketa, you've got Ntate Vilankulu to assist you. Limpopo and Mpumalanga, you've got Miss Ndlovu, you've got Miss Manyaga. These people will assist you. Continually visit our website. You go to the College of Education and then you click the departments and centers, you go to teaching practice, and then you will land on the teaching practice website so that you just get an updated info of what is happening in the teaching practice office. Better than 1,000 days of diligent study is 1 day with a great teacher. A great teacher will be that teacher who does extraordinarily. And that teacher will only be able to be extraordinary if the teacher is willing to walk the path step by step. From step 1 to step 2 to step 3, level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. That will definitely become a great teacher who will make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Tobejane. You did unpack what exactly is required from our students to make sure that they attend teaching practice. So please, our students, follow all those steps. The teacher was teaching you how to follow the steps. So I don't think you can fail this test. That which she's going to share with you. The lesson was clear. The lesson was very clear. We can all pass with flying colors this one. So you have heard that if you are doing teaching practice 1 observation, Dr. Tobejane, please, she's not coming to visit you, and don't send her the WhatsApp of 24,000. We know you have got the data from UNISA, but please don't send her that WhatsApp. It will be too much for her. Thank you so much, Dr. Tobejane. You would really shared wonderful information with us. I'm happy. I'm seeing lots of our lecturers and also from the teaching practice office. You are responding to the questions that which the students are posting on the chat. We really appreciate that. And hopefully they are also being captured, those questions, because as you have seen, Dr. Tobejane, she was having a data of most frequently asked questions. We need that so that we also provide the answers that which we will share again with all the students to say these are the most frequently asked questions, and these are the responses to these questions, so that you may not find yourself wanting. Colleagues, I'm minding the time, and I'm very much concerned about Mengobeni. She must rest. So I'm gonna quickly call the two colleagues to unpack teaching practice. I'm targeting at least 11:15 or so that we can have a break. Mengobeni, she needs also to rest. Unpacking teaching practice, I'm not sure, Dr. Pala, if you are the one who's gonna come in.
Thanks.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks, Prof.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Dr. Manyaka is going to project our presentation. Thank you. Good morning, Prof. Mawela, the Acting Executive Dean, Prof. Makwe, the Deputy Executive Dean, Prof. Mabunda, the two school directors, Prof. Seruto and Prof. Dabani, all managers for different portfolios, CODs, colleagues from the college, and also outside the college, our sign language interpreter, and most importantly, to our students. As Prof. Mawela has introduced, I'm Dr. Pala, the Chair of Department for Early Childhood Education, and I'm going to co-present with Dr. Manyaka on behalf of all the TP coordinators in the department. Let me also highlight that Dr. Manyaka is the departmental teaching practice chair and the primary lecturer for teaching practice TPF 3704. So what are we going to cover in our presentation? We are going to look into, I'm going to start by highlighting to you the ladies behind the teaching practice modules in the department. And we are also going to address the what and the why the teaching practice, critical administration information, module guideline, and then we will conclude our presentation. Who are behind
the teaching practice in the Department of Early Childhood. But before I present them to you, or maybe to just highlight their name, student, let us also recap of what Dr. Hanaway presented yesterday regarding the programs. And let me highlight to you that the Department of Early Childhood Education offer 2 programs, that is Diploma in Grade R and B.Ed Foundation phase, which covers Grade R until Grade 3. So whatever challenges that you may encounter regarding the 2 programs, be the theory modules or the teaching practice modules, you are free to contact the department, and more especially the primary lecturer for that particular module. Please, students, don't send email to everyone in the university, as this delays the process of you being assisted. As I indicated, now I'm going to take you through, or I'm going to just highlight or mention the colleagues who are responsible for the teaching practice in the Department of Early Childhood. Starting from far left on top, we have that beautiful lady, it's Dr. Maloka. Dr. Maloka is responsible for Year 1 teaching practice for Grade R, and the module code is TPG 1501. Then we have the one that follows Mama Luka, it's Dr. Mehen, who is responsible for Year 2 teaching practice. The module code is TPG 2601. You can see, students, that we don't have teaching practice 3 now. Why? Because for now, we only have implemented level 1 and level 2 for Grade R. And next year, that's wherein you will have the responsible lecturer for TPG 2602, which is for level 3. Then with regards to the B.Ed Foundation phase, starting far from the left down there, we've got Dr. Mushaba, who is responsible for Year 1 teaching practice, and the module code is TPF 2601, followed by Professor Kroch, who is responsible for Year 2 teaching practice, and the module code is TPF 2602, then followed by Dr. Kabo, who is responsible for Year 3 teaching practice, and the module code is TPF 3703. And lastly, we have Dr. Manyaka, who is responsible for Year 4 teaching practice, and the module code is TPF 3704. All the contacts or the email address, telephone numbers for our lecturers or the coordinators for these modules, you will find them in tutorial letter 101 for each level. And please, 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 student, always include your module name, your name, and student number when you communicate with the university or with the lecturers. And I think you have heard in all the presentation, we are emphasizing the use of my UNISA email address. So whenever you contact the university or you send an email, please use your My Life email address, no private emails will be allowed, or any third-party email will be allowed. When I'm talking about third-party, I'm referring to your parents or your friends or your brother's email address or the principal or whoever email address. We are only going to answer the emails that you have sent and from your email, My Life email account. So before I hand over to Dr. Manyaka, let me take this opportunity to clear some of the misconceptions that some of the students have about teaching practice in the module, so that when you leave this session, you know exactly what teaching practice is about, it's all about, and what it is not about. Firstly, I think Dr. Mapola also highlighted that teaching practice is mandatory, meaning it is not negotiable. When you have registered to be a teacher, you must also practice teaching, or you must learn how to teach, and you'll do that through going to teaching practice. So you have to do your teaching practice. Being registered for B.Ed or diploma, you just have to do your teaching practice. There's no way that you will receive or you'll complete your qualification without doing teaching practice. And when we say that you have to do teaching practice, it doesn't mean that you just have to register and complete it at home. You need to physically go there and do your teaching practice. This means that teaching practice, it is not an add-on module. It is equally important as the theory modules, as it has the credit for each and every module. So please, 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 student, make sure that you register the teaching practice according to the year of your level. And as Dr. Hanaway indicated yesterday. So don't pack them and register them at the end of your qualification, maybe at the last year, thinking that you'll do teaching practice 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the same time. That is not allowed. You are only allowed to register 1 teaching practice per year. I know that there are those students that have registered maybe a teaching practice last year and they failed. And this year they registered modules for maybe year 2 or year 3, but they have already failed teaching practice 2. So what does this mean? It means that you need to do teaching practice 2 first. And it means you are going to add another year. There's no way that you will say, I failed teaching practice 2, and now I'm doing year 3 modules, so I want to do teaching practice 3 together with teaching practice 2. No ways. Only 1 teaching practice per year. I think Dr. Manyaka will talk more about this, because this also is aligned with the number of weeks that you are supposed to go for teaching practice. Teaching practice is the culmination of everything that you have studied and needs to be put in practice. So our teaching practice are not standing alone modules. They are all linked to the theory modules that you have registered. So hence, it is important, again, I'm still emphasizing, to register teaching practice according to the year that you are registered. So students, you are not doing teaching practice for the sake of doing teaching practice, but teaching practice allows you to integrate the theory of the learning with the practice of the work. Where you are completing your teaching practice workbook, you will integrate what you have learned, observed, and practiced Hence, there is no way wherein we will find that there are two teaching practice or two similar teaching practice workbook when you submit. You are not supposed to reproduce someone's work or website information. In short, we are saying no cut and paste. You need to integrate what you have learned, what you have observed, and what you have practiced, because we know that you are very innovative when you do your teaching practice. Dr. Mapula Tubejane has alluded the fact that you are going to be placed at a school. So what does it mean? Teaching practice is only conducted at a school where you will be expected to plan practical lesson, present those lessons in a live classroom of the correct grade of your qualification. Teaching practice is not about going to school to complete a workbook or to request a school stamp from the principal without live interactions with the learners under the guidance of the school-based mentor or your supervisor when they come to the teaching practice to evaluate you. You cannot complete your teaching practice workbook or your teaching practice workbook with your friends or your family member. You need to complete it when you are at school, when you are busy conducting your teaching practice. Please be aware that teaching practice also provides you with the opportunity to develop skills, specific skills and knowledge in the school environment. Therefore, the teaching practice, it is not a tick box exercise. It is not an outing. It is not a holiday. It is not a playtime, but you are there to go and practice. You are there to go and learn to be a reflective teacher so that in time, Prof. Magwe indicated that we are training you for future. So please, 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 this is not a tick box exercise. You will be placed, and placement is done by the teaching practice office, and the teaching practice office will give you the confirmation placement letter. And please, please do not conduct teaching practice without first receiving placement letter from the teaching practice office, as this legitimizes your stay in the school. Go there, our student, be role models for us, represent us very well, behave in the correct manner. Prof. Mawela has also indicated that the dressing code, please, please, when you go, take note for that. So now, colleagues, students, I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Manyaka, who will be taking you through the rest of the presentation. Dr. Manyaka, over to you.
Good morning, our lovely students, beloved students. It's an honor to continue with the presentation, and I hope you would know that we are here for you. The teaching practice has already been unpacked by the COD, but what I would like to add that when you are doing this teaching practice, you must always remember that you will be presented with different learning situations. As you saw the classroom that Dr. Mapula Tubejane has shown, and also it is in a systematic manner. Hence, we keep on emphasizing that You must make sure that in the year that you have registered, you do your first teaching practice, because it will escalate from observation to co-teaching to semi-independent teaching, and the final year we expect you to teach on your own. So it's really organized like that, but it's something that you should be able to do step by step, not in one go. Why teaching practice? Before I start with the why we should do teaching practice, I just want to give you this scenario. Let's say you have a friend whom you have never seen driving. You have never even heard that that friend can drive. One day the friend comes to your door and says, Chomi, I want to take you to town. I heard you wanted to go to town. It's too hot. I want to go with you. Then the first question you will ask, have you ever driven a car? And maybe the friend will say to you, no, never. But I studied about driving. And I've even watched TP Troop on driving. Be comforted, I will take you to town. I don't know about you. I'd rather walk in the rain or in the sun or not go to town at all, because I'll know that I'm putting my life at risk. Look at teaching practice like that. If you have never been in a classroom and you are going to be entrusted with children by the department, by the parents to teach, and you're going to do this for the first time when you graduate, do you think you're doing justice? Do you think if they knew, they will allow you to do that? So this is why we say teaching practice is very important. It gives you an opportunity to acquaint yourself with formal teaching. You get to be familiarized with the formal teaching. You get to see the real situation. You are in a practical school situation. It's not about the classroom or the learners, but the whole environment. The beauty about it, you have a staff room filled with mentors that are ready to help you. It's an opportunity to apply the theoretical knowledge. You don't just read and perfect yourself when you get into the classroom. You must put it into practice. That's why it's called a work integrated learning. And it also focuses on practical application of various teaching and learning strategies. I can learn from different theories, but at some point, I should be able to test if they work in a real classroom, because something that works in another situation, in a school, in a different environment, might not work in my own rural area. I must make sure that I adapt to that. I can only do that if I'm in the school. The critical administration information that you want to check will keep on talking to about my life until you dream about it. Because even at level 4, I still receive emails that are written from private emails. And we have been very strict. I think we are thought of like police or people that are very hard to please because we do not respond. We just refer you that say we can only respond to my live email. And also for now, the materials are accessible online. I saw people asking that they haven't received materials. We know that because of the expenses that we know you go through, the dispatch is going to dispatch some materials to you. But that will take long. If you wait for dispatch, for posting, we are not going to accept your claim that I wasn't able to do teaching practice in time. I need extension because I didn't get materials, because they are online. We are a distance or online based institution. We expect you to be able to access your materials online. All submissions are online. We still get questions at the end of the year, especially after closing date. Can I take my portfolio to the nearest office? We haven't seen hard copies even before COVID-19. It was as if we were preparing ourselves to be fully online. Adhere to due dates. There are no special exemption or special treatments. If you get sick on the last week of submission, we are just going to go back to you that hence we gave you a chance from the beginning of the year up to September. The fact that you fell sick at the last week should not be a reason for not submitting your work. There's no supplementary for portfolio-based exams. or an AgroTed. There's no remarking, but you are welcome to purchase your script to see where you went wrong, and you contact your lecturers. They will take you through, because we have comments that are so comprehensive. At any time, we are able to help you so that you do not go into the next year without knowing the areas you need to work on. We don't accept email submissions. If you do, we would not mark them, because we are all relying on what we get on the system. You must make sure that you have a proof of placement before you start your teaching practice. Dr. Mapula Motobiana has taken you through all the processes, but we still receive people who are sending. This year I've never received so many hard copies of DSA R25 and say, please ma'am, here is my placement. While we have explained clearly which office is responsible for what. Please familiarize yourself with tutorial 102, and you have the support in the provinces. We keep on referring you there. Sometimes we just sort of also wrote them in, but please independently know and familiarize yourself with the module. Attendance register should be attached where it is requested. For instance, your portfolio 50, 51, and assignment 2. Whether is the diploma teaching practice, the grade R teaching practice, the TPG 1501 or 2602, you still need to have these registers. Remember, when you load, you are loading in different portals. These portals are not talking to each other, in the sense that when a person is marking assessment 50, they cannot be able to see what is in assessment 51. And the register is the only proof that authenticates that you have been to a school, because it has the declaration from the principal. It should be duly signed by the principal with the dates and stamped, so that when we are audited as a university, we have proof that you have been to a school. Remember, this is 24,000 students. We cannot go to every school and check if you are there, but we rely on what you have submitted to us. Do not come back to us and say, I cannot fail because of a lousy paper called attendance register. This is very important. It's your affidavit. Proof of placement, we have already spoken to it. Now I'm going to talk about academic integrity and dishonesty. We saw a lot of this during COVID-19 period. It was there before, but it became so in our face that we had to pause and say, what's going on? Firstly, we cannot reduce the 5 weeks, no reduction for teaching practice 5 weeks. You must do it fully and face to face. That period where we used to do online, we were complimenting because not all schools were accepting students. We are back to normal. We had meetings with DHET. They expect you to be in the classroom for 5 weeks. Students who plagiarize other students' work, photos or images from internet, you will face disciplinary steps. If you don't understand what plagiarism is, there's enough information online where we have posted. That is our classroom. That's where we meet with you. If you forge TP will face disciplinary action as well. How do you forge? Some of you don't even go to classes, take cut and paste signatures of principals and mentors. We would not accept that. This is already included. It's also a fraud. We want the original signature. Remember, we are protecting the integrity of your degree. You don't want to spend all those years and you hear in the newspaper that the UNISA B.Ed qualification has lost accreditation. We don't want that. So do it not only for you and just for everyone who's studying with the university. These are general module guidelines. You'll get full information when you go online. For instance, let's look at the first line where it talks about TPG 1501 and TPG 2601, which is our grade R diploma. You do all your 5 weeks in grade R. We get emails where a person says, one teacher went on sick leave, so I did all my teaching practice in grade 1. That is not acceptable. And if you meet challenges, we are here for you. I'm not talking out of pride, but our colleagues answer emails, not even within 24 hours as required, on the spot. We support you so much that if you meet challenges, please contact us. Don't stay in that wrong grade for the 5 weeks and we say to you it's not acceptable. You can divide the 5 weeks by doing 2 consecutive weeks and 3 consecutive weeks. Remember, you have assessment 50 and assessment 51. You can complete assessment 50 and then have other days to complete assessment 51. We do this because we understand that some of you are employed. You cannot take unpaid leave for 5 weeks. Some of you will be threatened with losing your job. Your jobs, we're trying to accommodate you. For a level 1 for B.Ed degree, TPF 2601, you do 5 weeks in grade R to grade 3. Remember, this is B.Ed foundation phase, which means it's all the grades for foundation phase. I won't go through them. I'm looking at time. For each level, there's 1 week where you are going to do 2 weeks. For level 1, you'll do 2 weeks in grade R. For level 2, you'll do 2 weeks in grade 1. For level 3, you'll do 2 weeks in grade 2. For level 4, you'll do 2 weeks in grade 2. All this information is there online. Refer to your tutorial letters and all other platforms. That platform is our classroom. Some platforms even have query shells where you can ask questions. Sometimes before we can even answer, your others peers have already answered. Mem said this and this and that. We love that because this is a classroom where we have conversations. Remember, you have tutorial 101 for general information. That's your friend. Contact it or consult with it all the time. Tutorial 102, we spoke about it. That's the one that Dr. Mapula Tobejano went through. We have got assessment 1 and 2 that contribute to 20% of your year mark. I just want to emphasize, remember, assessment 1 is for your admission. This year, it even contributes to your year mark. Do not come and say, I did not know. The due dates are online. Something about the due dates is that the system is so advanced that it gives limits for each date. So you might find that your due date that you thought will be at the last day of September is not like that. Even the time, if midnight is not possible, you might find that the lecturer has chosen a time that is available, which might be 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't come back to us and say it was supposed to be midnight. Visit your online. Assessment 50 is summative and assessment 51 is summative. This is an exam. Don't say, I forgot this, I want to attach. You don't do that in an exam. You don't go back and say, I forgot section B, question so and so. Can I fill it so that you can remark and I pass? It doesn't work like that. Year mark is 20%. Portfolios make up to 80%. In conclusion, this quote by C.S. Lewis, open quote, integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching, close quote. Please put integrity as if it was your friend. In my language, mistakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was laughing. He says, hi. You say when you go to foundation phase, even when we were school principal, you said today is the day for foundation phase. Everything must be done step by step. And I can see Prof is behind everything here. Thank you very much, Dr. Phala and the team for the wonderful presentation. Indeed, you can hear that this is a foundation phase. This foundation is very strong, very rigid. There's no crack in this foundation. There's no double up. So you really need to make sure that you get it right. Dr. Tobejane and the team, I really appreciate the presentation for teaching practice. I think we are left with Prof. Taule. Prof. Taule, yeah, I believe she's here. Let me just check with the colleagues. She's gonna share with us on the modules B.Ed, I think senior phase and FET year 1, 2, and 3. Prof. Taule and Dr. Mire, if you could come in now. Foundation phase, they have leveled the ground. I think you will run smoothly. It's going to be easy. Prof. Taule or Dr. Mire, please.
Prof. Taule will start the presentation, Prof. Mawela.
Okay, all right. Let's wait for Prof. Taule to give a prayer.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, students. Prof. Mawela, I'm having a challenge with my connection here. Can I ask Dr. Safura to start, then I'll be next? I'm just trying to switch on because I'm trying to switch my, yes. So maybe
Dr. Mire, thank you very much.
Yes. To Ms. Ngobeni to share them in the meantime.
All right. Can you hear me, Prof. Mawela?
Loud and clear, Dr. Mire, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all students and colleagues. My name is Dr. Safura Miran. I'm from the Department of Curriculum and Instructional Studies. Well, in our CIS department, we have the following programs for teaching practice. We do teaching practice for B.Ed intermediate phase, and then we also do teaching practice for the SP and FET phase, as well as the PGCE for the SP and FET phase. So my job is to do the 3rd and 4th year teaching practice modules, as well as the PGCE modules. Okay, so let's start with the intermediate phase 3rd year module, and that is TPN 3703. And intermediate phase modules are for grades 4 to 6. And our coordinator is Professor Konyane. All right. For the TPN 3704, which is the 4th year teaching practice module in the intermediate phase, grades 4 to 6, it is an exit level module, and our TP coordinator is Professor M.M. Maja. Going on to the B.Ed, SP, and FET phase, for TPS 3703, it is the 3rd year TP module, and done only in the FET phase, grades 10 to 12 in teaching methodology 1. Our module coordinator is Mr. N.B. Habashe. Then TPS 3704, our exit level module for the program B.Ed, SP, and FET. And for the FET phase, teaching methodology 2, in which you will do your teaching practice, and I am the module coordinator. Okay. You know, I like the way the foundation phase took off and gave you all the guidelines. So it makes our job really, really easy. So I'm just going to go through your requirements that you need. So the purpose for TPN 3703, remember, it's a 3rd year teaching practice module in the intermediate phase, and it provides you with the opportunity to become acquainted with the formal teaching in the practical school situation. And yes, I've heard it over and over. you have to go for your normal 7 hours and experience that 5 weeks of teaching practice and to get the whole school approach, everything, even from ground duty and so forth. So that is very, very important. And yes, Dr. Manyaka, if you don't go to school and actually teach, how are you going to become a teacher? So this module is, all the modules are very, very important. Teaching practice modules are very important. And it also allows you, so you get the theoretical knowledge from the subject specializations that you have. So it's aligned to the teaching practice modules, and you will practice those subjects in the school situation. All right. The same with the SP and FET phase, the 3rd year, TPS 3703. Here you get the FET phase knowledge in the first subject specialization that you do in BEd, SP, and FET, and you get the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to prepare yourself for teaching in the FET phase. Now, I get many students that come to me and say, but I am in a primary school, can I do it in the SP phase? Because my degree is BEd, SP, and FET. No, no, no. Remember, there are 4 teaching practice modules, and our teaching practice coordinator for the entire CIS is Professor Taule, and she will take you to the 1st and 2nd years. Our 1st year modules is observation in both SP and FET. Our 2nd year teaching practice module is for the SP phase. And the 3rd year is FET and teaching in the first subject specialization in the FET phase. And in the 4th year, which I'm going to now, is, yes, the 2nd subject specialization in the FET phase, which is in the FET phase, grades 10 to 12, which you have to teach. The TPN 3704 is just like TPN 3703, but this time it's the exit level module, and you get more practical experience with the subject specialization that you teach. All right, and then please, 25 days or 5 weeks of teaching practice, that is 25 days. You can do it at one go for 25 days, or you can break it up into 2 batches of 3 weeks and then 2 weeks, depending on you. But you have to have 25 days. And yes, we are getting emails. Please, can you help me? I am busy working and I cannot do this. But we go according to the DHET rules, that's the Department of Higher Education and Training. And if you don't follow these rules, you will not qualify for your degree. So you have to get this 5 weeks in, right? And you have to observe mentor teachers teaching in your subject specialization, all right? And you have to teach the required subjects. So we have our tutorial letters 101, 102, and 103 in the official study material tool on MyUnisa. And even when you go onto the Moodle site and you click on the assignment, you will find even Word documents there for you to use. We've made it as easy as possible. You don't need to look for anything. Everything is on the site. So please go there and find them. So tutorial 101 contains the lecturer's information and the assessment information, when it is due, and how many assessments there are. I'm going to go through it just now. Tutorial 102 gives you the placement and attendance register details, practice office contact details, the role of the mentor, and the school principal roles. And tutorial 103 is our portfolio, which is actually the summative assessment, right? And has to be completed during the teaching practice period. So we have 3 assessments, assessment 1 and 2, or assignment 1 and 2, which is our formative assessment. And then we have assessment 50, which is the summative, which is your portfolio. Assessment 1 and 2 must be done for you to gain entry into the examination. If it is not done, you cannot email me and say, but I had no time. Can I please submit my portfolio? It will not be accepted. You must have assessment 1 and 2, okay? So remember, as I said before, the portfolio is the examination, and very, very important. It must have school stamps that are visible. And if it looks dodgy, believe me, we investigate. We actually have disciplinary actions going on at the moment. If we find something that doesn't look right, we report it. All right. And so if you haven't gone to school, we will catch you. And I promise you, I phone principals, we do that. And then we do further investigation where we actually report it to the disciplinary committee. And it must be signed by the mentor and the principal. And there's also a declaration form for you to sign as well. So please make sure you go to school and do what you're supposed to do. So let us go now. I finished the third and fourth here. B.Ed IP and B.Ed SP and FET. I'm going through the PGCE modules for the SP and FET. We have two modules, TPS 3705 and TPS 3706. TPS 3705 is a senior phase module. And again, like all the other rules, you must spend 5 weeks in the school, and you got to plan a series of lessons for approval by your mentor, and teach the revised lessons and reflect critically on your lesson plan and so forth, right? So all of this is in your tutorial letters. You got to read them, okay? And focus on the subject you're majoring in the senior phase. So TPS 3705 is a subject in the senior phase, all right? Then I've given you the contact details. The module lecturer for TPS 3705 is Mrs. Tapsile Mapumulu. And all her contact details are on the Moodle site. It is in your tutorial letters. Okay, and as I said previously, the teaching practice is a whole school approach. For everything, you need to understand yourself and put yourself in this complex role of what the teacher undergoes in the school. From everything to extracurricular activities, even marking the register, going out on ground duty, a whole school approach. Okay, so TPS 3706 is 5 weeks of placement teaching in the FET phase, grades 10 to 12. And here it is the subject that you are majoring in the FET phase. Please do not confuse that and say, no, can I please do TPS 3706 in the senior phase? It's clearly outlined for you. It is the FET phase, grades 10 to 12, okay? The module lecturer for TPS 3706 is Mrs. Kotzer, Christy Kotzer. Her details are in the Moodle site, and you will also find it in all the tutorial letters. And yes, again, I'm repeating here as well, but a whole school approach, and especially in the teaching of the FET phase, everything, even the class timetables, where are you in the part of the department, where do you belong, the whole school experience. So I hope I was short enough. Thank you so much. Kia libocha. Thank you. Bye, Danki. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miren. I like the how train. I like the how train speed.
To be as fast as possible, Prof.
Yes, I knew that with Dr. Miren, that is senior phase. You see senior phase and FET. Now we are having Prof. Taule. I'm not sure if Prof. Taule is ready or you have covered everything.
I'm here.
Yes. You can go ahead, Prof.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, students. Unfortunately, I won't be able to display my slides, but they will be available after this meeting. I'll be talking to you about B.Ed first year and second year teaching practice module. That will be phase and FET phase. The purpose of teaching practice modules. Teaching practice modules allows you to become acquainted with teaching in practical school setting. Basically, it exposes you to real school environment. It also allows you to critically evaluate your teaching practices. It helps you to question your beliefs about teaching and your beliefs about how learners learn. What is your role in the teaching and learning process? I must say, the importance of teaching practice cannot be overemphasized. A person activity mention of teaching practice. So I'll start with the first year teaching practice modules. These are TPN 2601 and TPS 2601. These two are compulsory B.Ed module, and TPN 2601 should be done at a primary school in intermediate phase, which is grade 4 to grade 6. Whereas TPS 2601 should be done in senior phase and FET phase, which is grade 8 and 9 and grades 10 to 12. So to be safe, do your teaching practice for TPS 2601 in a high school, because that's where you get all the senior phase and the FET phase. And all of them are 5 weeks or 25 days. I must emphasize that the weekends are not school holidays, so you must keep that in mind when you eat. And like the previous mention of 25 days is mandated and no exceptions can be made. So please ensure that you have enough leave days if you are working, as you cannot do fewer TP days for any reason whatsoever. And secondly, consider the school plans also when you plan for your TP, that is your examinations and so on. For example, TP days when schools are taking exams, you only need to have time to go for your mental and your lessons. So check those days when you plan your TP days. Like I indicated, 25 weeks, and 5 weeks is mandatory. And you can do as indicated, you can do 5 weeks. 5 weeks can be divided into 2 consecutive weeks and 3 consecutive weeks if you are working and you don't have enough time. So with TPN 2601 and TPS 2601, you're expected to observe your mentor tutors teaching and reflect on your experiences and what you observed. So you are not expected to teach. So this is the module, so you're not expected to teach what you do, just observe. Why observe?
Prof. Taule?
Hello?
The sound is not okay. Yeah, it's scratching a lot.
I'm using my phone, so I'm not sure. Am I better now?
Yeah, it's coming better. Yeah, I continue. Let's take it from here. Yes.
Okay, I was saying you are expected to do observations and you're not expected to teach when you do TPN 2601 and TPS 2601. Why observation? Observation will give you the general knowledge about learners and their learning styles. It will also help to improve your classroom practice. And it also gives you the opportunity to learn from the experienced teachers, because you'll be observing those experienced teachers in action, so that will give you an opportunity then to discuss the experiences that you having when you are observing them. So it is important that you observe your teaching. Your mentors when they teach. And it doesn't mean if you are supposed to submit 2 observations for a module, then you only go twice in a classroom. Observe as many classes as you can. For TPS 2601, your observation should be done in 2 subjects. That is 1 subject in the senior phase and 1 subject in FET phase. So in total, you're expected to do 10 observations. That is 5 in each phase. 5 in senior phase and 5 in FET phase. Like I indicated, it doesn't mean you only have to do 10 observations. Do more than 10 observations so that you gain experience. And then I'll talk about the second year modules, which is TPS 2601 and TPS 2602. All of them also, they are compulsory for B.Ed. And then in these modules, you are expected to observe, to prepare, teach, and reflect on the lessons. So when you prepare, basically what you're doing, you are planning the activities or you are planning your lessons with your mentor teacher. So when you plan, basically you're checking what the resources you need when you teach, and then what activities are you going to, what activities will you as a teacher be doing, and which activities will be done by your learners, and what assessment activities are you going to be using. So that talks to the preparation or the planning of your lesson. And presentation basically says that that's you presenting the lesson. And then at the end, you need to reflect. So reflecting basically is looking back, thinking about the lesson that you have presented. You think about what went well, what did not go well, and what you could do differently if given another chance. So basically that's what you need to do. So I must emphasize the importance of planning. You know, you need to plan your lesson, because if you don't have a plan or a lesson plan basically is your roadmap that will take you to where you want to go. If you do not know where you're going, your learners will be frustrated, and this can lead to a discipline problem. So take time to prepare your lessons. And then for TPS 2602, the focus is on senior phase, school subject, and focus is on one senior phase school subject that you are majoring in. Whereas TPS 2602 focuses on your 2 chosen school subject majors, which is mathematics, natural science, social sciences, and life skills. The module coordinator for TPN 2602 is Ms. Naidu, and the module coordinator for TPS 206 is myself. So assignments and portfolio submissions. Two formative assessments are done during the year that prepares you for teaching practice and also grant you access to the teaching practice, to the practical component of the module. So teaching practice experiences is recorded in detailed portfolio as the summative assessment for this module. So please take note of the submission date. Rather do your teaching practice long before September to ensure that you submit your portfolio on time. And again, ensure that you submit correct material. Students have a tendency of submitting incorrect material as a way of holding assignment and hope that you will contact them to say, "Hi, John, are you aware that you submitted the wrong assignment or you submitted a wrong copy?" We're not going to do that. So you need to check your submission and ensure that you submit what you have submitted, what you wanted to submit, because we will mark what we have received. We're not going to contact you to say, please, make sure that you submit you submitted the wrong assignment or whatever. So check your submission before the submission are closed. I'm not going to talk about plagiarism because my colleague has already spoken about that. And the last thing that I want to talk about is that in your assignment, in your second year module, you're expected to do co-teaching. So there's traditionally we know that we used to have one teacher in the classroom, but then with co-teaching we say there will be two teachers in a class, and teaching the lesson together. So the importance in that teaching method is that you need to plan together and share the roles that you'll be you'll be doing during the lesson, and that provides an extra support for you as a student teacher. If you have your mentor teacher and you're presenting the lesson with him or her, that will also give you a support, and it's a good way of dealing with large classes because we know we face in South Africa, we face with large classes. So if you're doing co-teaching, that's a way of managing those classes. And the last word for me is that please, when you submit your portfolio, make sure that you include the resources that you have used. And it's not enough just to attach them at the end of your assignment, but make sure that you number them correctly to say this resources is for activity 1 or activity 2, because if you just put them there, then you're saying we should decide which one goes where. So make sure that you number them so that we know that this resource is for activity 1 and this resource is for activity 2. That will be all from Ms. Noella, and thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Taule. Thank you very much for your presentation. I hope everybody was able to, and I'm glad that the presentation indeed will be made available for the students. Colleagues, sure. I want to apologize to Mengoveni. She looks very much tired since in the morning now it's about 12 o'clock. Sure, your concentration span is very high. I wish to have such kind. Thank you very much for our language interpreter, Mengoveni. Can we take a break from 11? It's 11:51. Can we just say 11:50? And then we come back at 12:15. At 12:15, we have our break, please. When we come back, we'll have student support, the regional support, the counseling, and career guidance, and we close. I don't think we will reach 1 o'clock today. I'm just crossing fingers. So 12:50, we come back for the last session. And those which have got questions, students, please continue to post questions. And those who are responding, they will be responding to your questions. Miss Ngoveni, please go and rest for a while, for 15 minutes. I'm saying music, please. Like yesterday, we requested that we can have some music during our lunch time or break time. Thank you very much. We'll meet at 12:15. Thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are back now into the last session of this meeting. I believe that this time we are going to have, I think, only 1, 2, 3 before we have the vote of thanks. So we thank all the presenters from the beginning up now. Going to student support, RPL, Funza Lushaka, student funding, Memuroke, and Mr. Ngwenya. They are the, and Mr. Zondo. They are the ones that which are going to give us the understanding of the student support. These are the colleagues who are working very, very, very closely with me. Yes, they are very closely with me. So let's start with Matome, and then Memoroke, then Mr. Ngwenya, Mr. Mani, and then we finalize. Let's start in that order, colleagues. Matome to be the first one if she's available.
Good morning, colleagues. Hi, morning. I'm just trying to share my screen. Thank you, Prof.
All right, okay.
Is my screen visible, Prof?
Yes, we can see. You can just in the presentation mode down there.
I need to minimize.
That funnel thing. Yeah, that one.
There we go. Yes, good morning, colleagues. My name is Raisibe Matume. I am part of the Student Support Office. I'm a student advisor in that department. I work with Mr. Shabangu and my other colleagues as well, Ms. Maliwa, Mr. Hangwane, Mr. Moloto, Ms. Ngobeni. I'm just going to be very brief and touch base on, So with us, we have what we call the student work stages, okay? The first thing that we mention is the application process. When you apply, we talk about your proposed qualifications, which means what the qualification that you'd be interested in. And then we have the admission requirements, meaning that whichever proposed qualification you are interested in, you need to ensure that you meet the admission requirements, okay? And in an instance where you do not meet the admission requirements, for example, if you applied for a Bachelor of Education degree and did not meet those admission requirements, we would then refer you to the alternative pathway, which in this instance would be our higher certificate in education. With regard to the registration process, what we've done with our new BEd qualifications is that we've got the various streams which we offer. So each and every stream has a fixed curriculum. And so we have the BEd in foundation phase teaching, we have our intermediate phase, and then we also have our senior phase in FET. And then majority of the modules are year modules, okay? Year modules can only be registered in the first semester, which is January registration, as it runs through the year. New students for the BEd, for the Bachelor of Education degree need to claim their login details for MyLife, because all formal communication from the university is through the MyLife email. And also when you communicate with us, you also need to use your MyLife email address, okay? We also have, you're able to access your study material online on MyUNISA. I know that there was a bit of a delay with the delivery of study material. So some of you might have not yet received your study material, but in the meantime, you are able to access your study material online whilst you are waiting for your hard copies to be couriered or delivered to you rather. We also have the assignments. One thing about the assignments is that, each and every assignment has an assignment number, unique number, and due dates. It is very important that you complete your assignments, and especially assignment 1, as that gives you admission into your exam. So if you did not do assignment 1, then you are in big trouble. And then, the language of teaching at UNISA is English, just to take note of that. And then once a student has completed all the relevant or rather required modules, which in this case for the BEd, for example, would be your 40 modules, your qualification then goes through what we call the auditing process, in which we ensure that you have completed all the required modules for that specific qualification. And upon successful completion of the auditing process, you then will get your golden SMS notifying you that you have now in the office, as I mentioned my colleagues earlier on in the introduction, these are our telephone numbers. So if you want to call us, these are the numbers on the screen. And also, if you have any inquiries, you're also able to send us an email. Our email is there as well, eduinquiries@unisa.ac.za. And if you have any issues with regards to exams during examination periods, this is our other email, the SEDU exams, where we are able then to assist you promptly if you have any issues, for example, with your exams. And so that is that. And thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matome. You have just given it right to the point. That was the how train of Ntate Shabamu.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, short to the point. Can we have Memoroke? If Memoroke, can you tell them about the teaching practice RPL? Memoroke?
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues, and greetings to all SEDU students once more. My name is Virginia Klopeho Moroke from SEDU RPL office. Yesterday, I shared with you a brief overview about the RPL process. I touched on what is RPL and the purpose of RPL. Today, I'm going to share with you briefly again some information about the RPL process for teaching practice modules. I will be focusing on RPL requirements for TP, restrictions on RPL for TP, how to apply for RPL for TP. Just to recap, yesterday I have mentioned that RPL provides opportunities to apply for credits based on skills and knowledge gained through relevant work experience. So now, what are the requirements for students to apply for RPL for teaching practice? You must be currently registered with a valid UNISA student number. You must be registered for the qualification within which the module which you want RPL for belongs.
You must have working experience of at least 3 years or more, but for B.Ed foundation phase teaching, the requirement is 5 years. You must have working experience directly relevant to the module or subject learning outcomes. It is important to note that the RPL applications are assessed against the learning outcomes of the modules in question. You must have experience in teaching grades that are relevant to the qualification phase. You cannot use experience that you have gained through teaching, say, at foundation phase for modules that belongs to B.Ed senior and FET phase. The experience must be relevant once more to the qualification phase. We advise students to register for the module which they are applying for RPL concurrently with the normal registration. The reason is if your RPL application is not approved, then you will be able to continue with your studies in the normal way. If you don't register and your RPL is not approved, that will mean you'll have to register for the module in the next registration cycle. Then you must complete RPL application forms and a portfolio of evidence. Restrictions on RPL, I've mentioned this yesterday, that RPL is not possible for the modules that have been failed in the past 5 years and for teaching practice 2 to 4. RPL in teaching practice is only possible for TPF 2601, TPN 2601, and pardon me for that, and TPS 2601. RPL is not possible for experience gained from teaching English abroad, such as TESOL. We only accept hard copies at the moment, soft copies. At the moment, we're managing the process through email. So when you want to apply for RPL, you must submit your application forms via emails. I'll give you the contact details, but they're the same as the ones that I gave you yesterday. Evidence must be meshed into one unit. We don't want separate pages of evidence. It must be saved and meshed into one file. How to apply for RPL? First step, students should contact the RPL office for detailed information on the RPL process and also for guidance and support so that before you start with the process, you really understand what is required from you. Step 2, that's the pre-assessment questionnaire. You will be given, once you contact the office, we will send you a pre-assessment questionnaire. This will help us to understand or to determine if you are a suitable candidate for the module in question. And if you are a suitable candidate, if you have the relevant experience gained in teaching the correct grades according to the qualification phase, then we will send you the RPL information pack. The RPL information pack will comprise of application forms and portfolio guidelines. Then you will be requested to complete the application form and a portfolio of evidence and submit it simultaneously to the RPL office. For the teaching practice modules, it is compulsory that you must complete the portfolio of evidence, but you will be provided with the guidelines. Thereafter, you submit your forms and a portfolio of evidence to the RPL office. We will then pre-screen to determine if you have submitted all the information that is required. If you have done that, then we submit the application. We prepare the necessary assessment report templates and submit to the relevant lecturers. If you get the credits, we will then upload the credits on your academic record and inform you accordingly. You'll get an outcomes letter from the RPL office that you have been granted credits. If not, then it means you'll have to continue with your studies in the normal way. These are our contact information. Kenamoho, Miss Virginia Tlopeho Moroke, that's my email address, and Mr. Karaboshai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Memoroke. That was again short to the point. So teaching practice, now you understand if you think you do qualify, there is an office that which you need to contact and liaise with Memoroke and then Tadeshai, they will be waiting for you. We are moving well. Today we are moving well. We need to, Ntate Ngwenya, go tshware tšhelete. Ya o reka. Ntate Ngwenya, can you come? Or Ntate Zondo? I know Ntate Ngwenya might be around. Oh, he's busy with the forms. Hey. Babosha bangu ukhona ubaba uNgwenya.
Prof angimboni Prof Mawela. Sorry, angimbona ngazi noma u-affecte i-load shedding na.
Baba uZondo angekho.
Naye akekho Prof.
I know he could be busy. He has got more than 10,000 forms that which he is working on. So we understand. Regional support structures, Miss Masalesa, I'm putting it correctly. Yes, Ms. Masalesa, please, are you around?
Good morning, Prof. Mawela. My name is Dr. Molocha. I am standing in for Ms. Masalesa.
Thank you, Dr. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Like I said, my name is Makwena Molocha. I am from the Regional Services. I'm standing in for Ms. Masalesa. I hope, Prof, I will also do a Gautrain presentation. Okay, as you know that our institution is an ODEL institution. However, we know that our students are spread all over the country and even beyond the South African borders. But we do have regional offices across all the provinces of the country. As you can see, we have 6 main regional offices. And these 6 main regional offices in each of the provinces has got sub-offices, as you can see, in bigger regions like the Midlands, which is a combination of Northwest, Northern Cape, and the Free State has got 6 offices. Gauteng, we all know it's big, it has 5 offices. Northeastern is a combination of Mpumalanga and Limpopo, also has got 5 offices, and your KZN also with 5 offices, and the 2 smaller regions, which is the Eastern Cape with 3 offices and Western Cape with 2 offices. The reason why we are spread across like this is to bring the university very close to the students, because we know that students cannot all go to Pretoria when they want to speak to UNISA. That is why we are there to support the students. And our main focus as regions is to provide professional, administrative, as well as academic support to the students. If you can see on this slide, in all stages of the student walk, we feature as regions. When you choose and apply to come into the university, you can visit us at the regional offices and you will get assistance on how to choose a qualification, how do you apply online, and you get that assistance. When you have applied and you have been accepted, then you can register. The regions are there also to assist you. After the application, the first 2 stages of the student walk, we come now to the 3rd stage, which is teaching and learning. We do have various programs, or rather units in the regions, where you will be able to be assisted in terms of your teaching and learning stage of the student walk. One of the programs that we have is the tutorials. The other is the academic literacies. We also have library services, because we know that you need books. You need recommended materials, whether it's articles or so forth, to refer So we've got library services in the regions. We also have counseling services. I will be unpacking all of these services in the coming slides. And we know that as a university, we do all of this using electronic means. That is why we do have computer labs, whereby students can visit our regional offices if they do not have access to devices. They can find computers where they can be allocated a computer and be assisted on how to work on a computer for those that might be struggling. And additionally, study space, we do have study spaces in our regional offices for those students that might want to come to the offices of the university for study purposes. And we are aware that some students have got their own devices. If you come into our regional offices, we've got free Wi-Fi, where you will be assisted if you are struggling to connect to the university's Wi-Fi for study purposes. And after you have done teaching and learning, and then you are at a stage where you're completing your qualification, you're graduating, and now you want to continue perhaps with your further your studies, again, we go back to our administrative support services. You get support there. So the next slides, I'll be unpacking each of the services that I have spoken about in the previous slide. The first one, the student administration. I'm not going to go deeper into that. In this unit, you can take care of all your administrative needs as a student, right from the application up to the graduation stage. The tutorial program, this is when you have registered. Now you are in the stage of teaching and learning. As a university, our default student support service for tutorials is e-tutoring. And I know in the College of Education, you use e-tutoring. We do not have regional-based tutors for this college. However, I'll just give you a brief background just to see how the two works. In the tutorial programs, we all have qualified tutors who complement the lecturers to support you as students, just to make the content of the module much easier, much understandable to you. And we focus on what we call high or at-risk modules. These are the modules that perhaps have got a high failure rate. They are seen to be, students might seem to find them difficult. So that is why we need additional support for these modules. Like I said, e-tutoring is the default tutoring program for UNISA, whereby all registered students, as you register, if you have an e-tutor allocated to you, it will show at my UNISA there. So this one is offered by the colleges, but at the regions, we have what we used to call face-to-face tutors. And when COVID hit us, we were forced to now implement our in the ODEL nature of our university. So we moved those face-to-face tutorials to now to offer them on MS Teams. So for selected modules, because we need to have qualified tutors appointed for that. The good part with the MS Teams tutorials is that, unlike the previous from the former face-to-face tutors, whereby if a student misses a class, you have missed it. You cannot get any notes anywhere and so forth. But with the MS Teams, we are recording all the sessions. If you are able to come to the class, or if you are not able to join, or if you join, we know with load shedding, with connectivity challenges, you might be kicked out of the session in the middle, or for some reason you are not able to attend. You can still access the recorded session at your own time and pace and start to learn and to make sense of it. And then thereafter you can communicate with your tutor to get clarity if you need any clarity. All our services, our student support services, are free of charge, and we know that students might be faced with bogus tutors out there to say that pay me 3.5 and then I will give you a tutorial for a UNISA education module and so forth. If you come across those, you must know that UNISA is not involved in anyhow. Ours are free of charge. Although with tutorials, you do not pay anything, but we expect students to enroll. They can do that on their phones, on my UNISA, or if they students feel that they want the manual, a form, they can complete it. This is for us to have a record of who are we supporting, because we put that on student system. When the university says, Regents, what are you doing with tutorials? We are able to draw the stats from student system to prove that we have offered the services. The other program is academic literacies, which has got 3 components there. If you are a student having modules that have a numeracies, for example, if you're doing anything that is to do with maths, statistics, your accountings, your economics, and so forth, you need assistance. We do have qualified and experienced facilitators that can assist you. The difference between academic literacies and tutorial programs is that tutorial program, it now goes deeper into the content, whereas with academic literacies, yes, they can touch here and there on the content, but the focus now is to equip students with discipline-specific skills, so that if you are saying that I want to become a teacher, I am studying to become a teacher, what skills do you need to become a teacher? So it sort of prepares you, impart those skills so that you can apply them in practice. I'm just using this as an example. But another program is academic writing services. We know many speakers that spoke before me spoke about academic integrity, which is a very important aspect. With academic writing services, we are aware that coming from basic education and entering the university or institutions of higher learning, it's a bridge which one needs to cross, but then the writing part thereof is different. So we are aware that students are coming from basic education, but we need to somehow bring them to where we are now in an institution of higher learning. The language there is different. How you write is different. Colleagues spoke about plagiarism. So we do have workshops whereby facilitators will tell you what is plagiarism, how do you avoid it, how do you paraphrase, how do you cite correctly according to what each module wants you to cite, the different citations that are expected from students and so forth. So this is one of the programs that we offer at the regions, and we are now moving to discipline specific, so that previously we used to offer generic workshops, but now we have seen and we are trying to also align to the academic development framework, whereby we do not put together education students with a science student in one workshop, because their disciplines are quite different. The other one, it's later in your academic journey, when you want to do your postgrad studies, or when you are doing modules perhaps that have a research component. This one is the research writing, whereby we have facilitators that will assist you also on what is the language of research. How do you write? How do you put together a research proposal or a research report? What does it mean for you to say, for a lecturer to say you must write coherently? There must be logic flows between your paragraphs and so forth. So this is the research support of it. And because these services we offer in workshops, we do have students that might feel that I need to see the facilitator individually. So that's where we have one-on-one consultations. You communicate with us, the regional staff, and then we make it happen for you to meet with the facilitators. And additionally, we know we have a project starting from this year. Last year, we were piloting it. New students that are first time in UNISA, first year students, we want to support you more, because we know that studying in a distance can be daunting. You may feel that you are isolated, you may feel demotivated, or you might struggle to adjust. So we are focusing on specific modules, and unfortunately we do not have any education module in that because we just selected a few, whereby we need to assist students, walk with them through their teaching and learning stage, whereby we need to contact them just to check, remind them, have you activated your My Life, your My UNISA? Do you know how to navigate the MyUnisa portal? Where do you get your modules, your study materials, and so forth? We want to remind students of assignment submission well in advance, to say that in 4 weeks' time you will be submitting an assignment for this module. How far are you? Are you struggling? What support can we assist you with? And then we also want to refer them in terms of if they need any academic writing support, numeracy support, we do that. If they need counseling support, we connect them with qualified counselors just to assist them here and there. And this project, we also have a research component of it so that we can make informed decisions based on analytics. So for this project, we will want students' feedback to give us feedback as to whether what we are doing is assisting them or not. I've spoken earlier on about the issue of the electronic component of our university, whereby we use the electronic systems or devices or means to connect or to bring the teaching and learning to you, to bring our services to you. In the regions, we have computer labs, Wi-Fi connectivity. If you want to bring your own device, you want to work on your device, we can assist you to connect to the Wi-Fi so that you can be able to access your learning materials or anything about the university. And we have all these other aspects. I'm not going to speak about digital access centers. Dr. Makgato Kunong spoke well about it. We also have trainings in the computer labs because we know not everyone is computer literate. So we do have our colleagues, the digital learning advisors. They take students step by step. We have online sessions and we have many resources whereby students can refer also if they have forgotten or have missed something. And the online sessions are recorded also. You are able to access the recording even after the session. And we do also have a face-to-face if you want to visit our computer labs. Just check the schedules because we shared our schedules with students. We want you to be well set to be able to navigate MyUnisa, know where to find your modules, know where to participate in your discussion forums, how to access or how to respond to your signature modules, which are online. And so we assist students on the how part of it. We are now having online exams, proctoring tools. We do have workshops where students are taken through to say, if you are writing an online exam, this is what is expected and so forth, so that students don't struggle when they are to sit for exams. The library services, all regions, we have library services. The services might not be available in all offices, but we do have libraries in all the hubs where students can go and borrow books. They can go and search for books on their own, or if they want to use those that do not get the reference services sections whereby they can only use it for 2 hours in the library, they can't take it out. And if they want to sit in a library also to study or to use a book that they cannot take out, they can do that. And our libraries also have got computers whereby students can also sit and do other things on MyUnisa or search the library catalog on their own. The library services also offers training for all students so that you are able to search for a book on your own. You are able to search for any electronic articles or any reference material on your own. So we have services to capacitate students along those lines. Another important service is the counseling services, which starts with you right when you are applying. If you perhaps are not sure, you are uncertain of what qualification you can take, and you have certain interest, they can guide you to say that, but you are strong in this area, why not this, and so forth. So they can guide you, advise you on how to choose a qualification based on your strength also. when you have a student and have personal challenges or personal problems, they can take you through the sessions. These are qualified counselors. You will not hear what you discussed with them being spoken about along the corridors or whatever. So they are professional, qualified counselors that can help you. Sometimes we are human beings. You are going through a traumatic experience in your life. You have lost a loved one, a family member, and that affects you and affects your studies. You are able to speak to them. They are able to sort of take you through sessions that can make the load much bearable for you. And career counseling, they can assist you. If you are struggling, you are now at a university where you have taken 5 modules. The assignment are due on each module, perhaps one date after the other. These counselors, they can also assist you in terms of how do you manage your time so that you don't fall behind with one module or with one assignment. How do you study? They equip you with skills that enables you to study so that you do not lag behind with any of the modules. Another important part is that remember you are in a university so that you can gain the knowledge. You can equip yourself or be equipped with the skills that will enable you to one day enter the job market. So we offer also employability workshops whereby we assist you. What is an interview? When do you go for an interview? How do you prepare? How do you conduct yourself? How must you dress? I had colleagues speaking about teachers when you go to school, the dress code. Even for interview, we know there's a dress code. How do you conduct yourself in the interview? How do you handle the nerves and so forth? We also have career fairs and young professional seminars just to assist our students so that they can be able to compete with their peers when they are entering the job market. In the regions, we know that as UNISA, we have students that are differently abled. We work very closely with the ACSWIT department to say that we have machines for students that are differently able, and ACSWIT comes and assists us by training our staff, showing us how to use these machines, update the software, so that when students that are differently able come to us in the regions, we are able to provide the support to them to say this is how you use this machine and so forth and so forth. The challenges we have with this is students do not disclose at the point of registration or application where they are supposed to disclose. And by so doing, we are unable to prepare better for them. So we need to disclose as students so that the university can better support you. I'm going to an end now. The SRC, I'm not there speaking for the SRC, but I'm just mentioning that as regions, you know, the national SRC has spoken that there are regional SRC members that at the regions, they make sure that they are the mouthpiece of students in terms of governance structures. They come to the regions and speak to the regional management on what kind of quality education they need, the environment that must be conducive for students, and many other problems that students might experience, so that as regions we can provide a conducive environment for your learning. An important aspect is that we encourage you students, colleagues have spoken, when you communicate with us as a university, use your MyLife emails. We do not want you to be using your Gmail or your Yahoo or whichever email address. MyLife email account, we can assist you how to set it up and also guide you on how to write, to put your story in a manner that will be understandable to the one that you are sending to. Check your MyUNISA for announcement. Check our websites. We have the institutional Facebook page and website, and we also have regional Facebook pages. So we use the regional Facebook pages or websites to communicate any information for the regions with you. And important is that we need your feedback so that we do not repeat the same errors or mistakes. We do not provide this service to you in this manner and think that all is well, whereas you can give us a better opinion as to how we can improve our services. When we send out our student surveys, please communicate, respond, and give us feedback. Let me stop there. Thank you very much, Professor Mawela.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mamlocha. Very comprehensive one. Comprehensive one. I think the students are smiling to say, yes, we are understanding where are we going from here. The support is indeed coming from all sides. So all the regional centers that which we have, they are providing enough support to make sure that all the student teachers here, they do get the relevant information and the support. Counseling and academic literacy, we had met Dr. Chipiwa Kodisam and also Dr. Wells. I am not sure today who is here.
The Masiarebo professor.
Na Masiarabote, Otwani.
Roto.
Tabero, iphile kubuya.
Yofika Basia Magwaba. Good afternoon, colleagues and students. I'm Dr. Chipiwa Kodisang. I'm from the Directorate for Counseling and Career Development. Just to share with you the type of support you could get from the counselors. I always say, you know, as a society, there is this perception that when you go to counseling, you go there because you cannot cope, you are not strong enough, or you are not smart enough. The purpose of counseling is to demystify that you need a space as a person where you can have a conversation with someone about your journey. So the role of the directorate is to support you. My colleague have touched on that, to support you before, during, and after your studies with regard to your career, academic, and personal guidance, and counseling services that are provided to help you to succeed as a UNISA student. You must remember that even though you are a UNISA student, but we look at you as a whole person, not only just you and your books, that as a person, you experience other challenges that could impact on your studies. But the most important thing is not only about challenges, it's also to have conversation so that you can have a soundboard and you can make sense of where you are going, and the journey you want to embark on. So we could support you with regard to career development, choosing qualification, also, you know, how to learn, how to cope with this ordeal system. It's very new to some of us. Also dealing with challenges that might affect your studies. Some of these challenges, it's just how to manage your time, how to manage the books you have, how to manage these online services and the online platform. I normally like this part because in most of my interactions with students will say, can I just ask you something? Is it normal for somebody to struggle with this? So I'm just trying to normalize the questions you have. What should I study? You know, even though we might assume that all of you are registered and we might think you are quite clear with what you are studying and where you are going, it's very common to have a question to say, I'm studying B.Ed, but should I have been studying B.Ed? This is the ideas I have about where I want to go. You know, what I'm interested in this. The most common one among education people is that I also one day want to be an educational psychologist. Is studying the B.Ed the right choice? I also want to be a social worker. I'm not sure if I should have chosen teaching, or I've got interest with working with learners with special needs. I'm not sure whether this qualification will be the right one for me. So sometimes it's also about the future and where you see yourself. You know, part of this, as we are talking over these 2 days, you might be even feeling quite overwhelmed where to start. I saw some of the questions regarding the forms, the practical, and you are not sure where do I need to start with this. You are feeling overwhelmed and you are starting to wonder whether you will cope with all this. Even how to balance. If you are working, there is this practical that you need to do. There is your studies, there is your work and other responsibilities. So you have got a space where you can have a friend or a study partner who you can talk to without this person judging you. You know, there are also psychosocial support that is provided. You know, you have got a relationship problem. Some of you, even when you start this practical, you start feeling like, I don't understand my mentor. I don't understand my supervisor. How do I respond to these challenges? I feel very discouraged. Counseling is also there to provide you with coping skills, also dealing with challenges or dealing with diversity. I feel very depressed and overwhelmed, not because of the studies, maybe because of other challenges. I always look at this fact that we are coming from the pandemic, which has bruised and wounded us. And we're just thinking, let's move on with life, underestimating how much the trauma that we have gone through is impacting on us. So those are things that you can talk to the counselor about. What is important is that you don't need sometimes to go and speak to a counselor. We also have a very resourceful website. And for me, this resourceful website is available 24/7 with self-help resources on your career, academic, and personal developments. So if you go to our website, you will find a handout, a podcast, or even some notes that could just help you to manage some of the things that you are struggling with. How to get started with your studies, how to manage your time. Even career brochures are available. There is a brochure on education. It's quite comprehensive. It tells you about a career in education, different possibilities. And if you have got certain questions, some of those questions could be answered from there. There are also online resources, audio recordings. We sometimes intentionally look at the presenting problem and then we go and sit down and then produce an audio recording where a counselor will do a presentation, sometimes to a group of people, or counselors are having conversation on a particular topic. Sometimes what happens, we also have a partnership with UNISA Radio where they do presentation on particular topics that affect students' life. We also convert that to audio recordings. The nicest things about these audio recordings, you can listen them anywhere you are driving, you are sitting, just to help you also to get motivation and to manage your studies. You will see that the topics are from managing your studies, time management, motivation, exam time, personal development. You will see there on personal development, there are topics such as, loss and grief, loss of a relationship, loss of, a loved one due to death and all that, but also things like thinking differently about challenges. I cannot underestimate the impact of your self-confidence on your studies and how you succeed. And all of us, sometimes we need to work on that because it can be a stumbling block to our career. We also have a DCCD YouTube. The link is provided. You can visit our YouTube. There is always up-to-date resources. Sometimes we are requested by a particular college or a particular department to record or to develop a resource. At the end, we want all students to benefit, and that resource will be available on the YouTube. As the previous colleague have just mentioned, we are available at all regional centers. There is always a counselor available who can assist you, and also at the main campus in Pretoria. You can contact us by sending us an email. Counseling does not mean you need to literally wake up in the morning, go and see someone. You can send an email with your challenges. A counselor can respond to your email, or you book an appointment on Teams. You can choose the counselor. It's like a private hospital where you go in and say, I want to talk to Dr. Soren. So you are also have a choice to book an appointment online, and you can have a session online, or you visit your nearest regional office with online appointments. Even though you are in KwaMashu, you can still choose to make an appointment with a counselor in Pretoria. You are not limited due to the boundaries to assess that. I spoke about the website. I also spoke about the YouTube, where you can reach us and listen to the content of the different topics. Thank you, Ndolibuwa.
Hayi, rolivhuwa nga maanḓa. Rolivhuwa nga maanḓa vho dokotela. Namusi ra ri kha Gautrain. Namusi ra ri kha Gautrain ri khou tou pfha ri khou tou livhuwa tshoṱhe. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we seem to be concluding the program of today. And on that note, we wish to invite our director at the College of Education, Professor Serodo. He was with us yesterday to come and give us the vote of thanks. Without wasting any time, our director, Prof. Serodo, if you may come in.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mawela. I won't be long. And I want to start by saying good afternoon to the colleagues, and also to our students in the College of Education. On behalf of the University of South Africa and the College of Education in particular, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking the time to participate in this orientation seminar. Your presence has made this event truly remarkable. We also acknowledge the presence of the Executive Dean of the College of Education, Prof. Magwe. She has left already. And we also want to acknowledge the presence of the chairs of departments and portfolio managers who have attended this orientation seminar. We are extremely grateful to our distinguished speakers and presenters who have shared their valuable knowledge and insights with us. There are quite a number of speakers that spoke about a number of issues on teaching practice and then other issues. So we just want to say thank you to all the presenters. They have enlightened us with their expertise and made this seminar a great success. We would also like to thank the organizers of this seminar, without which this orientation seminar would not have been possible. Let's thank you, Prof. Mawela, once more together with your team for the sterling work that you have done over the past two days. We would like to extend our appreciation also to our hardworking staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that these events run smoothly. There is quite a lot of technical support that has gone into this seminar, and we want to say to the technical staff that their contribution cannot go unnoticed. They have put in countless hours of effort to make this seminar a success, and we could not have been done it without them. And thank you so much to Mewini Ngoveni for your hard work and dedication as a sign language interpreter. I have been observing you since yesterday. The passion that you have on what you are doing, Ngoveni, is so amazing. Your commitment to providing access to communication to our differently able students is invaluable. Your skill and patience in interpreting is greatly appreciated, Mengobeni. Thank you so much for the service that you are providing. Lastly, we would like to thank all the participants, our students in particular, for their active participation and engagement in the chat window. You kept everyone too busy today. Your questions and comments have made this event a truly collaborative and enriching experience. Thank you, Ntate Shabangu. I saw you responded to quite a lot of questions in the chat window. I also saw Rocky going to and forth, attending to or responding to the questions that were posted in the window. Prof. Krog, Dr. Molodzi, and many colleagues that have been involved in responding to the questions. We just want to appreciate your responses and the expertise in that regard. We hope that this seminar has been valuable to all of you, and we look forward to your continued support in future events. Prof. Mawela, let me conclude by re-emphasizing what I said yesterday, that teaching is the one profession that creates all other professions. Without teachers, there would be no doctors. Without teachers, there would be no engineers. Without teachers, there would be no lawyers. Thank you all once again. And I would love to say, have a blessed day. Thank you so much, Prof. Mawela.
Thank you so much, our director, Prof. Siroto. We really appreciate the words of thanks. And indeed, thanks to Mengowen. I just don't know how you managed to get all these words correct. Wow, you can say it, Wakangowe. To all the colleagues here, Tuvala Butinga Manda, Roliwanga Manda. We'll see you very soon. All is in the hands of our Father in heaven. God bless you and shalom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, and goodbye, colleagues.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Prof.
Bye. Thank you, Dr. Mulotsi. Thank you.
Duana, you play too.
Nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.